Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear guests, first of all, welcome to rainy, sunny Budapest. Today is a very nice day for the science, I hope. I'm very happy to see you here at the opening hour of our conference of the Transformation of Europe in 3rd Millennium BC. It is a great pleasure to see see you here together, and I hope our live stream is up and running. So welcome to the online world as well. My name is Gabriela Kulcsár. I'm one of the organizers of the conference, and I'm director of the Institute of Archaeology, Hungarian Research Center. It was a great pleasure to organize this conference here in Budapest at our research center. And first of all, I would like to ask Professor Molnár, I don't know, there. Professor Molnár, Deputy Director General of the Research Center for the Humanities, to give his greetings remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear Director Gabriela Kulcsár, dear colleagues, with great affection and respect, I welcome all the speakers and participants of the conference, The Transformation of Europe in the 3rd Millennium Before Christ. I am Antal Molnár, Deputy Director General of the Research Center for the Humanities and Director of the Institute of History. I would like to extend a special welcome to the co-organizer of the conference, Volker Haidt from the University of Helsinki and Franco Nicolis from the Soprintendenza per i Beni Archeologici di Trento. It is a great pleasure for us to have you visit our research center and to choose Budapest and our institution for the conference. One of the most important objectives of our research centers is to place the past and the culture of Hungary, of the Hungarian earth, in a broader European context. This is very important for several reasons. Perhaps the most important that we ourselves cannot understand our own history if we look at it in isolation from others on its own. On the highway of peoples, it makes no sense to look at history of the soil of a modern country without knowing those who had traveled that highway over the centuries. For this reason, it is important to conduct our research without boundaries in many ways. In archaeological times, the boundaries and relations of past communities extend beyond the administrative borders of today, and therefore the processes of the past can only be fully understood in the context of broad collaborations. It is impossible that archaeological research in any age, but especially in prehistory and antiquity, should be a national science. The same borderlessness applies to interdisciplinary cooperation. Multi- and transdisciplinary research is the basis for the emergence of archaeological historical narratives. A good example of this multidisciplinary approach is the existence of an Institute of Archaeonomics in our research center alongside the Institute of Archaeology. The international vision is, of course, essential for all the institutes of the Research Center for the Humanities. For this reason, international links are of great importance for Hungarian scholarship and for the Research Center for the Humanities. There are many good examples of this ambition in our institutes. I will mention just an important example. Last year, the Institute of History was awarded 2 ERC Consolidator grants, both of which led by the researchers from our institutes. We are consciously preparing our young colleagues for international applications, as these applications have their own specific conditions and requirements. Among our institutes, the Institute of Archaeology stands out for the number and quality of its international contacts, precisely because of the borderlessness of archaeology. It is involved in the realization of several ERC grants, among which the ERC Yamnaya project, which is organizing this conference, stands out. The international character of the project and of the conference is demonstrated by the fact that the speakers come from 13 European countries and the United States. This conference will focus on an important turning point of Eurasian prehistory. The institutions and personal connections involved in organizing the conference illustrate the importance and long-term impact of this cooperation. Once again, we thank the partners for this opportunity and for choosing Budapest as the location for the conference. We look forward to further collaborations to come from the personal encounters and at the conference. I wish all participants a good work, many interesting presentations, and our colleagues from abroad a good time and nice days in Budapest, and better weather. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Molnar. And now I turn to my co-organizers, and I would like to ask Franco Nicolis for his introductory words. Please.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks to be here and attending the second part of the Transformation of Europe in the Third Millennium BC conference. It's a great honor for me to be here after Riva del Garda in October 23. I would like just to say a few words about the background of this conference. At Budapest is a key point also for the background, because during the EAA annual meeting in Budapest in 22, I think, I met by chance Volker Hyde close to the National Museum, and I told him I would like to repeat 25 years later than the first conference in Riva del Garda about the bell beakers today. Before my retirement, I would like to renew and make a kind of bell beakers tomorrow. And he told me, oh yes, it's a very nice idea, but we have to talk about not only bell beakers, but the third millennium. Why not? Very good idea by Volker, and I accepted. And we decided to make a conference divided in two. And upside down, because in Riva del Garda we discussed the second part of the Third Millennium BC, the bell beakers phenomenon, and in a geographic area all around Europe, but from the western part to the southern part and the central part, and focused on the bell beakers phenomenon, and we moved the first part of the next. And we moved to the next, the first part of the third millennium, and the final part of the fourth millennium for Budapest. You see here the different sessions in Riva del Garda. We have 6 sessions about different themes, and not chronological divided, but about the different issues arising for the bell beakers phenomenon, which still remains for me a very strange phenomenon. I do not anything about. And the new structure of the Budapest conference about the early step interactions, the Yamnaya divided, the Carpathian Basin, the global ramphras and cordwares, and a big, the new Bible, the New Testament, the final conclusion, I think, about the third millennium BC. Hopefully, we are not gods. But anyway, I very much very, very happy, because we need to meet again in person again and to share our knowledge. You probably all know that the most famous of our colleagues, Indiana Jones, say that archaeology is the search for fact, not truth. If it's truth you're interested in, Dr. Tyler's philosophy class is right down the hall. But is it true that we are not searching for truth? Yes, it is, probably. But we are not searching for the truth with the capital T. We are searching for the truth of facts. And today and the next days, I think more and more facts will be presented and discussed, and in the very special way that a transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary manner. And I think this is the new phase, the new questions that are going on in the future of archaeology. Thank you very much for being here, and enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, Franco. And the other main organizer of the conference is Professor Volker Hyde. So, Volker, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gabi. Good morning to everyone. Also, greetings from my side, and welcome here to wonderful Budapest. It will be better in the next days. We talked with Christian already, so he has his summer dresses also with him for the final days when we are going to expect 20 degrees Celsius. here. What does it mean with this transformation of Europe? And what does it mean also with this initiative to have basically two big conferences being organized? And if you look here in the size of the event, so we had 27 papers for 4 days and 5 posters in Riva. For the next 4 days, we will be listening to 28 papers, and we will see 16 posters. And as you can see also from the disciplines involved that are covered in our two conference, or our 2 parts of the wider transformation of Europe, you can see this is a major turning point in European history that we are going to discuss here in Budapest for the next 4 days. But looking a little bit deeper into the matter, I've put together this slide here to highlight the major changes that we have in Europe throughout the 4th millennium BC. And it's not only a single event, it's actually encompassing the whole of the continent and even beyond. And there are many disciplines that have actually a saying in understanding all the big changes that we see in Europe at the time. So it's not only about archaeology, and we see many cultural and social change, new material culture, new burial culture, fading out of previous cultures, and so on. But genetics has a bit saying here with the westward spread of steppe ancestry, but at the same time we also see eastward spreads of various other components of ancestry, including steppe ancestry and distinct admixture pattern. Linguistics has a big saying here, and I'm glad that we got also David Anthony to give another keynote on the linguistics aspect of it. We had the same in Riva del Garda already with Gus Kronen, who is also here, and he highlighted also the big changes in the second part of the 3rd millennium when it comes to linguistics. But social anthropology has a saying here. We have bioanthropology as another key component represented in both parts. Now we know also medicine is really important in the big changes, and also thanks to DNA. And I know Christian will be talking about this at the end in his keynote at the 4th days about diseases and how they play a role in the big changes here. But we know also from a recent paper by the Copenhagen group that immunity, autoimmunity, multiple sclerosis goes back basically also to the events that we see here in the 3rd millennium. And environmental sciences, climate, of course, deforestation, all these things play a role, and social sciences, because we are dealing with migrations, we are dealing with inequality, conflict, and probably also religious changes that are taking place throughout the 3rd millennium BC. And, as I said already before, it's not confined to Europe. If we include the 2nd millennium, we basically have the whole of the Eurasian continent covered, including India as a subcontinent, if you want, that's also affected by these changes then in the 2nd millennium BC. So it's a truly Eurasian phenomenon or Eurasian transformation that takes place in those 2 millennia. And it's going fast. It's going widespread. It's going and is partially very substantial. I had been asked by a journalist 2 weeks ago about, is it really that fast what happens in Europe? I mean, if you put distances and chronological data together, I mean, Yamnaya spreads from, let me say, the Tisza, Yamnaya proper, from the Tisza to the Urals. That's about 3,000 kilometers. If you include Afanasyevo, it easily goes to the Altai, Western Mongolia, 5,000 kilometers. If we include Kordetver as another branch of these steppe impact, we are ending up at the Rhine River, another 1,500 kilometers on top. If we include Belbekers, yeah, we are ending up at the Atlantic, and we are dealing with 9,000 kilometers approximately. This is the range of the changes. And if we put then this together with our chronological understanding, like Yamnaya starting about 3,300, 3,200 BC, Kordetver about 2,900 BC, we are talking about 200 years. Also with Afanasyevo, in which such long distances are being covered. It's a proper revolution that's taking place in Europe at the time. And I said also substantial, because for many parts of Europe, including Northern Europe particularly, we see here substantial changes that, well, they reverberate until nowadays. So the transformation is still with us today, 5,000 years after the events, when you look for the distribution of ancestries, Y chromosomes across Europe, even India, when you look for European phenotypes and how they developed over time, languages, of course. We are still speaking for many parts of Europe Indo-European or some sort of Indo-European languages. Their origins are likely going back also 5,000 years ago. And our European social organization, if you want, that's also something unique, and it may also go back may well go back to these events 5,000 years ago when it was first established. And not to speak about belligerence, we Europeans are the most belligerent people on the globe. We have fought ourselves for millennia. We have fought others at some point in the 19th, early 20th century. The UK, Britain, for example, ruled over a quarter of the world. We are warlike. And also, this goes back likely to these events and the people coming in some 5,000 years ago. So it's a big story. And I'm looking forward for the next 4 days so that we go into these in more detail. And with that, Gabi, it's your turn again.
Thank you very much, Volker. And finally, here you can see an artistic photos of our photographer János Beregszászi. Please enjoy it. So it's about the Kurgans connected to this 3rd millennium BC story. And I'm very glad to see your photos here, and I hope the others will the same. And in addition to the presentations, you are welcome in the poster sessions corner during the breaks and at the Archeolingua Publishing House desk here in this room. For practical information, please contact me and our staff with terracottas, badges, and registration desks. And we would like to help you if you need something. So I wish you nice days here in Budapest, and thank you for all of you. And thank you. And we are already somehow late. We had already expected this at the planning phase, so we have planned a longer lunch break. So maybe we can spare the time. And however, the afternoon will be a little change of our conference program, because due to illness, Eva Rosenstock's and Martin Trautmann's lecture will be cancelled. So, after this short introduction, we turn to the first session, entitled Earliest Jeppe Interactions from the Mid and the 3rd and 4th millennium BC between the Caucasus and the Carpathians. And it is a great honor to invite Professor David Anthony to chair this session. So, David, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. We are talking not only about a program titled The Transformation of Europe, but also we are talking about the transformation of our understanding of what happened in the past through these interdisciplinary cooperations that we're going to hear about today. And there is no better way to start the morning's program than with a keynote address from Sven Hansen, the 4th millennium BC, between the Carpathians and the Caucasus, new results on technologies and innovations. Professor Hansen, please.
Migrations, transformations, Budapest.
Yeah, good morning, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for their kind invitation to speak here about the fourth millennium. And I start with the transformation of knowledge, which David Anthony mentioned. When I started studying prehistory, prehistoric archaeology in 1980, there was still a great deal of confusion about chronology. The corded-ware and bell beaker cultures were dated into the first centuries of the second millennium BC. It was only with the calibration of the 14 C data that it became clear that the corded-ware began in the early third millennium and the bell beaker culture after the middle of the third millennium. The fourth millennium did not exist in its present form. It is an unfinished task to work on the dynamics of the regional archaeological sequences and the interregional connections in the fourth millennium. Bioarchaeological research again is a tremendous enrichment that is fundamentally changing the picture of European prehistory once again. Archaeology has not yet begun to combine these new results with existing knowledge. We are long away from differentiated narratives. One of the most important results is undoubtedly the evidence of migrations from the Eurasian steppe region and their effects on the cultural conditions in large parts of Central Europe. Evidence of the plague as early as the late 4th millennium BC and many other diseases is also a factor to be taken into account in the future for the reconstruction of demography and economy. In contrast to the 3rd millennium, the 4th millennium is first of all very diverse, almost confusing, often not very visible. Ergebert Rutkay once said, "The 4th millennium was somehow enigmatic." This makes it all the more astonishing that a large number of key technologies emerged in the 4th millennium. We start with new weapons, the base for this many wars in Eurasia in the time. Then metal alloys, which makes the soft copper hard. New metals like the silver. Wheel and wagon were invented. The sheep woolly sheep was probably breeded in the 4th millennium. The beginning of horse domestication is visible. Stele were the new media of the mighty persons, as well as new political organization emerged, like cities and states. The wine was cultivated as well as the olive, and not last but not least, the writing was invented. From the technological point of view, the 4th millennium was a watershed. This is true for the development of social organization as well. So the characterization of the 4th millennium did completely change in the last 30 years. The connectivity between the Caucasus and Central Europe is not surprising. There are no natural barriers to overcome, no mountains, just the plain and the rivers. That is why we find the same symbols like same symbols like this tree of life on the Crimea or in the famous grave of Züschen in northern Hesse. In the case of the African swine fever, we can understand this also in the case of such a disease, how it developed, since it started in a Western Georgian harbor in Poti, then crossed the mountains to the North Caucasus, and then relatively fast reached the Baltic Sea, and now it's at the Polish-German border, and here in Belarus everything is okay. Yes. Connectivity can also be shown with human DNA. During the 4th millennium BC, the northwestern Pontic region experienced intensified contact with steppe Neolithic groups, while these in turn also had contact with groups in the North Caucasus, such as Mykop, all of which are mirrored in the genomic data presented in this paper, which came out in the last summer. Moreover, despite to close geographical proximity to the Ukrainian sites studied, we were able to trace different admixture histories. So, for example, the heterogeneity of individuals from Kartal stands out, which is located in the Danube Delta at the northern end of the former distribution of the KGK-6 complex, and that represents the transformative nature and dynamics of the 4th millennium BC in action. By contrast, the more homogeneous Mayaki and Usatovo groups, probably Igor Mansoura will speak about that, located north of the Dniester River, show that such assimilation processes had already occurred, suggesting that contact and exchange between transitional foragers and early pastoralist groups from the forest steppe zone and non-local Southeast European farmer-associated groups had started already in the late 5th millennium. The archaeological findings, for example, of this prestigious shaft hole axis and the belonging sets of tools show already an interesting point. The deposition of these axes is already differentiated in the Caucasian model. These axes were parts of grave inventories. In the Southeast European model, they were part of depositions for the gods and the ghosts. Today, I would like to show how the preconditions for the Yamnaya migration were developed also in the 4th millennium, because such a migration is in itself an endeavor based on various technical conditions. In 1897, the St. Petersburg professor Nikolai Veselovsky excavated a 10 meters high burial, from which is nothing preserved, but Piotrowski could locate it on a map from 1857, and nowadays there is a very strange monument remembering this fantastic mound, which where the chamber of 3 persons and the main burial was equipped with a lot of things which we can understand as golden insignia, like the golden chain of office. Here we can understand these lions as part of a king's mantle, and we can emphasize also this king position of this person with the scepter. There's also a number of silver, gold, and bronze vessels, as well as some weapons and tools. For Child, the rich finds from these graves were of course, the result of Mesopotamian influence. And the impact of Mesopotamian civilizations on clans living near Caucasian ores must account for the emergence of the chiefs again. And this is still one of the main narratives also in Russian archaeology. Unfortunately, no organic remains from the Mykop grave are available for radiocarbon dating. However, a time frame from 3600 to 3000 for the construction of such tombs can be deduced from comparable tombs. One of the largest burial mounds, Urvan in Kabardino-Balkaria, around 25 meters high, is very early in the 38th century. And it comes from a deep looter's shaft which were dug in here some years ago. So the chronological position of the Mykop grave changed dramatically, and it is now for sure more than 1,000 years older than the famous graves of Ur, which were for Child and others, of course, the main comparison for the Mykop grave. Nevertheless, there's still the idea that Uruk is a cradle of civilization, so to speak, and the idea was also always repeated by Andrew Sherrod in such a map with the different arrows, that there was a Mesopotamian center and the barbarian periphery. In our first paper, together with Wolfgang Hack and Johannes Krause from the Max Planck Institute in Leipzig, we were able to show that there was no mass immigration from the south, from the Mesopotamian center, at the time of the Mykop culture. The population in the Piedmont zone is an admixture between Anatolian Neolithic farmers and Caucasian hunter-gatherers and Iranian Neolithic, which can be traced back into the 5th millennium, when the first farmers from the south arrived in the North Caucasus. You can see this here. And the most interesting point was that the Mykop culture, the people were divided into the people from the Piedmont zone here and from the steppe, also genetically, and there's no overlap. The Mykop people in the Piedmonts are a mixture of Anatolian farmer and Caucasian hunters, and the genetically different group in the steppe can be described as an admixture between Eastern hunter-gatherers and Caucasian hunter-gatherers. So one culture and two genetically different people, which is also not a Cosina smile, but something else. Yeah? The comparison between the Y chromosome haplotypes show that there was already a different social organization of reproduction between these different groups. And I want to go into just a short overview about three main innovations: wheel and wagon, the sheep breeding, and the horses. Going back to northern Hesse, to the famous grave of Züschen, we find here a great number of interesting signs which are showing the oxen team with a wagon or only the oxen team. So a U and a vertical line is the oxen, and then here a joke and the wagon. These signs were widely distributed, which became clear first when they were found also in the Montbégot area in southeastern France. They are distributed in similar graves in Westphalia, but also in the Kamyana Mohila in Ukraine, which is nowadays occupied by Russian troops. But it can also be found in Armenia, in this very famous site of Suyunik. In the steppe area, we find a lot of graves with wooden wagons, like this one from Shara Hassoun, dated into the last quarter of the fourth millennium. The dead person is still on his wagon, and he was considered as one of the earliest persons who were learning how to control the wagon, because he had a lot of fractures which were considered as typical for wagon drivers. In the Piedmont zone of the Caucasus, wagons seem to be not to exist, and a change of our knowledge is grave Marinskaya 5, grave 25, with these bronze rings, which were considered as symbols of the Mesopotamian goddess Ishtar. And 2,000 years later, also this grave is dated into the last quarter of the fourth millennium. In Marinskaya, 2 skulls of oxen were found outside of the chamber, still in connection with these rings, and so it became clear that they were used as nose gags, quite painful methods to control the animals. What does it mean? We have here a zone in the steppe where the deceased were buried with a wooden wagon, and the oxen team could be reused. In the Piedmont zone, the blue small dots, the oxen team was slaughtered and the wooden wagon was preserved. It's a cultural difference which match with the genetic difference of the steppe and microbe, as I shown before. When, where, and horse was domesticated has long been the subject of research. The paleogenetic study by Ludovic Orlando and his team now sheds light on this matter, and it is clear that we have 2 domestication processes, and the real horse, which we are still use nowadays all over the world, was named DOM2. And the interesting point for us was that the oldest ancestor of the DOM2 horse, like this one, was found in a kurgan from the second quarter of the fourth millennium in Aigursky II, and in the steppe north of the Caucasus, a burial of a 2 to 3 years old child with which had some beads, a vessel, and 9 different bones. One of these bones from a horse, which shows already traces of domestication. And so the 3 animals on this famous cup from the Mycop burial could show that the horse was already one of the king's animals beside the bull and the lion, which are also shown on the vessel. Next point, the sheep and the milk. So we know it's very healthy, the milk, but mostly not very tasty. But there are many methods for fermentation to convert the milk into yogurt or cheese, and which is also a basic requirement for carefree consumption for all people who have problems with lactose. And there was still a long debate on when does it start, the milk, the cheese production, and so on. But I want to stress one study together with Tina Warriner and Ashley Scott, in which our material from the North Caucasus were introduced, and the proteomic analysis could find out that milk consumption was widespread in the North Caucasus from the 5th millennium onwards, and they found milk proteins in 26 of 27 individual studies. Dairy products were consumed in the North Caucasus since the 5th millennium onwards. And it is very interesting that in the earlier part of our sample, from the 5th millennium until the early Yamnaya, only the sheep milk was used. In the later parts of Yamnaya and Katakumb, also goat and cow milk were used for dairy products. So this is clearly, once again, a good argument that even everything people could do, they do not. In a study from Niki Beauvin and others, the authors came to a similar conclusion. However, the title of the paper, Daring Enabled Early Bronze Age Yamnaya Steppe Expansion, is only partially true. Dairy practices are more than 1,000 years older than the Yamnaya expansion, and probably they enabled the Yamnaya expansion because it helped to solve the logistic problem to feed people during their migration. But it was in general important. Cheese was a new foodstuff in the 4th millennium, and it was storable and transportable. It is a huge step, considering that actually the whole prehistory was characterized by glaring lack of food. And here you see some of this, the white cheese and so on. And here, this is a special cheese. It is named curd, and you can store it years, and it will help to feed you, which is still used in Central Asia. So, no. The analysis provide a basis for further consideration of herd management and dairying. And this is an essential element of the pastoral economy of the early Bronze Age and the later periods in the Eurasian steppe, for which certain elements played an important role. The cattle-drawn cart for transport, and the domestication of horse to control larger herds. And another question is whether this early dairy economy may have involved the use of sheep for wool as well. It's a combination of 4 different innovative techniques for an innovative new economy, which then became the basis for the societies between Caucasus and Carpathians for the next millennia. Thank you very much for your attention.
And now, I hope this microphone is working for the YouTube audience. And now we have an opportunity for questions. And I hope we will have a lot, because we've just heard a lot of information about innovations in the 4th millennium. Can I get a question from the floor? This is just like my graduate students. Yeah. Please, can we get one question? Yes, yes.
Hi, thank you for an interesting talk. I was thinking about the proteomics that you did, and with the sheep milk in the beginning and then differing in the later periods. Do you only have direct milk consumption, or do you have evidence of, for example, yogurts and cheese, like casein proteins as well?
No, it's dairy products. So this is not direct milk drinkers. Yeah, and the differentiation between cow and sheep is significant because, of course, they had the cattle, and otherwise they couldn't have the drawing machines for the wagon. So, I mean, this is clearly a differentiation in use of the cattle and the sheep, yeah.
To follow up on that, what about goat milk and goats? Because, and how do you differentiate?
This is a question not for me, but for the proteomic specialist. Yeah. But obviously, it's possible. Yeah.
I have a brief comment also. We now have a radiocarbon date for the Maikop grave from organic residue on one of the metal vessels. On the inside, there were organics, and there's a new article. It may have already been published, but it's already published? Yes. 2023. Oh, okay. So 3500 BC. It's the first radiocarbon date for the Great Maikop Kurgan.
And this when? I didn't read anything. Is that last year or?
Yeah, it's very recently published.
Okay.
And, well, yeah, sorry. I think it's worth to discuss it. So, of course, it's a date, no question, but it would be very good to have not only one date, and in fact the material in the Maikop Kurgan are much more likely to have the date as Sven Hansen has shown, because all other dated complexes with typologically similar materials are in the first half of the 4th millennium BC. So I'm not so sure about this. Well, it's a possibility, but it's maybe just a possibility.
Okay, that's an important qualification. Thank you. Yes, one more question.
Yes. I wonder whether the evidence of dairy products and its linking to sheep is due to the fact that sheep's milk is the most concentrated, and I think is best for cheese making, while goat and cattle, I mean, even if they were milked at one point, but maybe that doesn't have traces in the dishes because they didn't use them for processing, they just drank it.
It is the source of the analysis is not pottery. The source is the calculus of the teeth. So this is a direct method to understand dairy product consumption and not the indirect form of milk crusts in pots. So yeah, and this is just the result that in these teeth of the individuals which we could sample in the Northern Caucasus from the 5th and 4th millennium, they only used, according to proteomic specialists, the sheep milk.
Okay, thank you.
And if I can just add, this is a fantastic new addition in terms of analytical techniques to understand prehistoric diet, to pull dairy peptides directly out of dental calculus. You know what they were eating. It's not an indirect thing.
Yeah,
and we need more. We need a lot more of that kind of research.
Yeah, and we need, especially now, more teeth from the Neolithic to understand if all this lipid analysis is valid or not.
Yeah. Yes, every time I go to the dentist and they remove my calculus,
no.
I think you're destroying archaeological evidence. Yeah.
Thank you. I was just wondering, it's not part of your talk, but it is how well explored is lactase persistence among the population at this time in this area? Do you know, and does it follow sort of a trend in such case concerning the kind of milk consumption or dairy consumption that you are looking into?
Yeah, okay. But as far as I understood, this lactose tolerance came very late in history, in the 18th, 19th century. And it was not part of a very fast evolution in the Neolithic or the following periods, which was discussed 20 years ago with such a big energy, I would say. Yeah? But it's very late, lactose, that you can drink milk.
Is there any archaeological evidence of dairying, not on the dental calculus or some objects related to a possible dairying technique?
I would say not in our find material. Of course, you can try to figure out from ethnographical sources what is needed. Textile would be needed, which is existing, yeah. But you can then use everything from stone and wood to produce the cheese, yeah. And I think this small vessels, which the sieve similar vessels, yeah, but I don't believe in that. But this isn't not so important, if I believe.
Sven, thank you very much for this great talk. And every time I listen to your talks, I wonder again and again, where was wheel and wagon actually invented? Because the first burials are clearly from the Caucasus, that's obvious, but you've shown the links to Central Europe, which are roughly contemporary, and the Carpathian Basin. But then in Mesopotamia, we also have evidence of 4th millennium BC wheel and wagon. Where does it actually come from?
Easy question.
This is local patriotism in the. Yeah, it's very difficult to say because there is no gradient to say, okay, in the West it's later than in the East. I mean, one candidate is North western Black Sea area, where we have these small models of animals which should have wheels in the Tripoli culture. Yeah. But it's not very clear where it was invented. And the problem is that now all the material, and there's a lot of new material from graves alone in the Russian North Caucasus. We could have studied around 70 new graves with wagons. We cannot work there anymore.
Yeah, there's a count of more than 300 wagon graves if you go all the way from the Volga-Ural region to the Caucasus, to the lower Danube. There's more than 300 wagon graves. Very few are radiocarbon dated. So yeah,
and
we have
nearly nothing is studied in detail from the technical point of view, and we hope to make more differentiation by wood identification to understand how many regions maybe were involved into the construction of one wagon, from where the wood came, specialized or not, but no chance to do it.
Also, it's interesting that the earliest wagons have different designs. They're not all the same design. So it appears to be the idea of the wagon that spreads, and not a single technology for making wagons. So people made them in different ways in different places. That makes it more complicated too. So thank you for a wonderful talk. And our next speaker is Sabine Reinhold. And she will be speaking on the bioarchaeology of innovations, the 4th and 3rd millennium BC in the Caucasus and beyond. Professor Reinhold.
Yes. Thank you. It's this one? Yes. Yeah. While we are waiting for the presentation to come, I would like to thank the organizers for having invited me here to speak about the bioarchaeology of innovation. It will to some degree echo what we have just heard, but I would like to go in some of the details and update some of it a little bit. I have also changed a little bit the title, again, also to echo what Sven Hansen just recently said. How the 4th millennium BC developments paved the way for opening up the Eurasian steppe that becomes so crucial in the 3rd millennium BC. So the 4th and the 3rd millennium BC in Eurasia witnessed fundamental changes in its technoscapes and social systems that what we have just heard of. And it's my pleasure to talk here on behalf of a much larger team of many specialists and to give a brief impression into the results of the bioarchaeological aspects of the ongoing Caucasus ERC project. The aims are the underlying factors behind the success of the spread of these innovations in the 4th millennium BC, and the role that the interface of the Caucasus Mountains, north of the Near Eastern civilizations, and the vast Eurasian grasslands at its northern side played in this success, in these processes. The spread of technologies is always associated with people. People transfer these novelties into new areas, and they do it by either migration or by transmitting the associated knowledge to new user groups via communication networks, and that can cover large areas. Until recently, and we are still coping with it, two paradigms were fundamental in all of this debate. The first is the idea that the spatial structure of archaeological phenomena, and I don't talk only about archaeological cultures, is largely congruent with social communities or even biological communities, and it is exclusive for them. And the second is the concept of new technologies or social ideologies to be passed on as packages, as a bundle of things together, moved together roughly at the same time and in a rather unilinear direction. And also, postmodern archaeology has managed to criticize and dismantle some of these grand narratives. For the spread of the early technologies, as we have seen before, the micro-narratives offered no real alternative. So it was only bioarchaeology that opened up here new analytical pathways, because the biosciences provide, from a very different perspective than archaeology, insights into the life and the life ways of individuals. From the bioarchives, basically the skeletal material, and what I present today are studies based on these bioarchives. The information from the bioarchives complement the social connotations of the archaeological context that it was found and can start to open up new perspectives. And we have already seen many of the papers cited. For the ERC, our Caucasus project, we collaborate with very fruitfully with various partners, and I'm very gracious to all of them to give the possibility to present here the results. We are aiming at population dynamics of humans and animals, at the formation and transformation of these populations, at their mobility or at migrations, economic aspects from the analysis of diets, food resources, or as well as mobility, but also on the origin and the spread of diseases that might have jumped on the bandwagon of the spreading innovations. A first result, we have already seen it, of the initial paleogenetic investigation that is published already in 2019, was that since the end of the 5th millennium, 2 different populations have existed in the Caucasus and its neighboring steppe, and they interacted culturally, so they exchanged pots, but not people. We have a clear divide in the genetic makeup, and we have a very long persistent of these genetic divide of more than 2,000 years. And second second result of this study is that the immigration from the Near East via the Caucasus to Eurasia, which is the classical ex oriente lux concept for the spread of the innovations in the 4th and 3rd millennium BC, can not longer be stated. The migration of the southern populations to the north took place in the end of the 5th millennium, and I will go to the details later. What we do see, however, is that the innovations have spread across this population divide from the beginning onwards. The highly functional metal tools, for instance, of the 4th millennium mycop culture, or the wheel and wagon that you see mapped here, are found on both sides of the divide at roughly the same time. So the question is, where does it come from? And we don't have an answer to that yet. A second result of the initial study on diet using stable isotope and current studies on the paleoproteomics was that we were able to understand the emergence of the Eurasian steppe pastoralism in its timing and its economic dimensions much better than before. The isotope studies, there's an older project together with Corinna Knipper and Claudia Gerling and other people in Basel. The isotope studies that you can see here and these are presented against the timeline and the associated environment the sites are located in, reveal a differentiation of groups that use either steppe or pitman mountain pastures for grazing the animals at the basis of their diets from roughly 3,500 onwards. Before that, we don't see this divide. The studies in paleoproteomics aiming at the analysis of the protein molecules preserved in the dental calculus of the human consumers were in addition able to inform us on the direct consumption. We have heard about that already. So we were, let's say the team spearheaded by Christina Warriner and Ashley Scott detected the respective proteins in the individuals from the late 5th, the 4th and the 3rd millennium. And it could show that the transformation of the protein-rich milk, which is perishable, into dairy products, offered durable, transportable, and nutrition-rich foods that could be really easily taken with somebody who is moving. The species, as we have heard already, was first of all sheep. And this was surprising because in the animal bone assemblages of the mycob culture and also the Neolithic cultures before, cattle dominate much more than sheep. And everybody was thinking, okay, it's on cattle. But sheep requires less water than cattle and is therefore much more better suited for grazing in the habitats, for instance, such as the Eurasian steppe. We could identify an initial phase of the use of dairy products in the late 5th and 4th millennium BC in the North Caucasus here. And this use of milk did certainly build on the earlier Neolithic use of milk, which is identified, however, only by vessel analysis here. We don't have the direct evidence so far. And during the 4th and 3rd millennium, this technology was rapidly adapted and quickly spread into the steppe proper. Finally, the horse bones dated from the late 4th millennium BC suggest another domestication center here in north of the Caucasus. The negative side of the medal was that early zoonosis accompanied the emergence of the steppe economy. Human-adapted Salmonella enterica pathogens, which cause the typhoid fever, were detected first time during the mid-4th millennium BC. And two of the oldest records of plague pathogens in its late Neolithic Bronze Age form stem from two Yamna graves north of the Caucasus. These zoonoses start from the time when the isotopic record indicate the split-off of the groups that lived permanently in steppe environments. And this opens up the questions of the hosts of these pathogens and the interplay of humans, domesticated and wild animals such as rodents in Eurasian steppe environments. That's maybe the reason why these pathogens start to spread at that moment. So now how can we integrate these individual observations from different sciences into an overall technical and social trajectories of Western Eurasia between the Neolithic and the Bronze Age? And which of these developments are crucial for the transformation in Europe in the 3rd millennium, which is in fact the topic of this conference? With a just recently submitted a new study of the Humanate DNA team led by Wolfgang Hack and Aishin Galici, we were able to significantly enhance our understanding of the genetic makeup of the people in this contact zone. So first of all, we couldn't strengthen the evidence of the two distinctive genetic ancestry profiles, which are roughly related to steppe and pitman habitats, but which are very much more complicated because they are found also within sites. We could start to clarify the start and the termination of these divide, and I will talk today only about the start. We still have these divides, we still have the very different genetic makeups, as you can see here, with the Caucasus ancestry component combined from Neolithic, Anatolian Neolithic, Iranian farmer and hunter-gatherer components. I will go into the details later. And with these expanded data sets and new methods of analyzing kinship relations, we were also able to identify periods of interaction and separation. And we also are able to develop first ideas about the social mechanisms that probably coined the biological divide. I will not speak about that, but obviously behind this divide are highly different ideas about how to mate, so kinship concepts. The first decisive moment in this process in the North Caucasus is the mid-5th millennium BC, when groups with a Near Eastern Neolithic way of life, you see them here in red, crossed the mountains north. They brought with them not only agriculture, architecture, animal husbandry, and all the things of the so-called Neolithic package, but also the genetic ancestry that had emerged in the South Caucasus, here between the Anatolian farming or Anatolian Neolithic components and Caucasus hunter-gatherer components here. So these ancestry components spread north to the northern part of the mountains. At the same time, in the north, here in the with the green color, we witnessed the formation of the earliest steppe ancestry profile on the basis of Eastern hunter-gatherers and Caucasus hunter-gatherer groups, which were not admixed with these other Neolithic components. So you see this here on this client. So the Caucasus hunter-gatherer and the Eastern hunter-gatherer components come together, forming the first onset of the steppe ancestry components. So archaeologically, these groups are associated with first burial mounds in the steppe between the lower Volga, the lower Don, and the North Caucasus. And they have a very similar material culture. And this is the time when the proteomic analysis revealed the first evidence for the consumption of dairy products north of the Caucasus here, but not beyond, because the complementary study by Wilken et al. Could not find dairy products consumption in, for instance, in Ilysich-Walinsk or other sites, despite the fact that domesticated animals such as sheep are present at these sites. So they did obviously something else with them. The nitrogen data of these people in the steppe are somewhat enhanced, and the burial mounds indicate a modest but regular use of the steppe zone, also of the Caucasus, and this, in fact, is the onset of the Eurasian steppe pastoralism. With the emergence of the genetic frontier, we likewise observed this first exchange of the innovations, because the domesticated livestock and the dairy technologies coming with them of the southerners were speedily adopted. The individuals that consumed the milk were associated with the steppe and Neolithic ancestry. So the second milestone was the 4th millennium BC, archaeologically associated with the Mycop culture. It is the epoch that witnessed the gradual increase and the peak of the spread of the innovative technologies that we have just seen before. When we look into the genetics, we see a highly complicated situation. We have added here the so-called Schenke plots, which in fact illustrate the percentages of ancestry components modeled to get a certain result. And you see it is really like everybody is going up. But it's not exactly like that, because we see a consolidation of this southern group, the Caucasus ancestry, and a high diversification of the different steppe ancestry groups, ending up in 5 different genetic, let's say, units that exist, and all of them use Mycop pots. All of them, these are the steppe Mycop people. This is an example of a Mycop proper grave. They use Mycop mound construction, and they participate equally in the trajectories towards social differentiation, the display of social wealth or of wealth, especially in the later phase of the Mycop epoch. So the Mycop proper and the steppe Mycop, the diverse steppe Mycop groups were not only existing parallels as culturally integrated, but biologically separate populations for about 1 millennium, but both of them adopted quickly social trends like the burials with the wagons and the draught animals, yet they did it on their own side, in their own way, but they participated in the social trends of the respective other side. When we go into the economic of these groups, we see that the late 4th millennium steppe Mycop, late Neolithic, and the first Yamnaya groups established the exploitation of the steppe habitat by introducing this combination of dairy, wheel transport, probably the breeding of wool sheep, and the first steps of horse domestication. We see now also associated with early Yamnaya individuals, evidence of milk or of dairy consumption in the north here, in the steppe proper. And we see the opening up, so the start of the differentiation between a steppe economic, let's say, isotope signals and Piedmont isotope signals. Both of them are mycop culture. Yeah, and with this also the first human-adapted Salmonella enterica pathogens were detected. So the negative side of this interaction between animals and steppe environments started here as well. It comes from a late steppe mycop individual from Ipatovo. The two oldest records of the plague pathogens, and now we have moved to the 3rd millennium BC, stem from early Yamnaya graves at Rashevatsky and Krasnogvardeyskoye, also north of the Caucasus. And during the 3rd millennium BC, the Yamnaya, Catacomb, and North Caucasus cultures were the ones that took over the barren of the Eurasian steppe pastoralism and gradually integrated then also other animal species such as goats and cattle into the system. And you see here the first goats, the green, and the cattle, the blue one, start not before the mid of the 3rd millennium BC. It is maybe related to climatic factors, but that is discussed in the article by Ashley Scott in details. So when we look at the genetics of this period, we see a quite interesting thing. We see a consolidation of the steppe-related ancestry, which is at that time already the Yamnaya, culturally Yamnaya groups and others. And we see a consolidation of the Caucasus-related ancestry, where we have here basically Kura-Arax people, or people associated with the Kura-Arax culture. And we have in this phase no interaction between them, so the people are consolidation, the separation of the populations has a climax at that time. And one might now expect also a cultural consolidation, but the genetically almost identical individuals from the steppe, from the North Caucasus cultures, are at least representing 3 or maybe 4 archaeological cultures, which is the Yamnaya culture, and this is the second individual with Yersinia pestis from a Yamnaya grave. The North Caucasian culture that has a very nice mountain part as well, and the catacomb grave culture formations. All of them look genetically exactly the same. From a Caucasian perspective, the interest is that's maybe one of the reasons why the interest had somewhat changed in the 3rd millennium. And parallel to the opening of the steppe in the north, the Caucasian impulses of the mountain groups were maybe more directed to the south, with the expansion of the Kura-Arax culture from the Central Caucasus, let's say the Caucasus Mountains and the South Caucasus Mountains, into the Levant and into Iran. So what are the take-home messages? The bioarchaeological aspects demonstrate that in the middle of the 4th millennium, at the northern side of the Caucasus, the preconditions for a sustainable utilization of the steppe as a habitat was assembled. The emergence of the Eurasian steppe pastoralism enabled the establishment of the continent-wide communication networks in and across this habitat. And along these routes of the early pastoralists, it was possible to transmit the knowledge or to transmit people, so I would not rule out migrations. Its components were the development of transportable food, of wheel transport, domestication of the horse, and probably the breeding of the wool sheep, and in order to acquire transportable mobile dwellings made of wool. Second, the biological lineage formation, biological lineages and the archaeological cultures are not congruent. They are separate aspects of human collectivity, and their trajectories and the vectors must or should be studied separately, but in communication. The Caucasian case studies can be a kind of warning. 6 genetic groupings resembling one mycop culture, and one almost identical genetic formation resembled 3 or 4 Middle Bronze Age cultures. So the wait, sorry. And the third moment is that the transformations of the that happened in the third millennium in Europe have deep roots in Eurasian context and also in some obviously maybe more remote parts such as the North Caucasus and the interface to the steppe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Information-rich presentation. Do we have any questions? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Does this completely then reject previous hypotheses that the cattle was introduced from the west, from the European Neolithic into the steppe?
The what?
That cattle was introduced from the west, so from Europe into the steppe zone.
No, we do have cattle in the North Caucasus and also in the Neolithic communities in the mid-5th millennium up to the Middle Volga. So it's not very often, but it is present. And where the domesticates come from is at the moment work in progress for the animal DNA studies that we have together with the team of Daniel Bradley in Dublin. There are two ways how to get cattle into the steppe. That is the Caucasus. Oh, there are three ways. It's the Caucasus, that's Europe going around the Black Sea region coming in there, and the Kopet Dag from Iran, Kopet Dag, and going around the Caspian Sea at its eastern front. At the moment, it looks like the Caucasus is the most likely way.
Thank you for that question. More questions?
You end on a plea to integrate, but at the same time keep separate genetic flows and cultural flows. I was just wondering, can I poke you to sort of think about what that might look like in practice?
It starts with thinking carefully about the labels you give an archaeological sample when you hand it to the geneticists. If you give them a bone and say it's Yamnaya, then it ends up, Yamnaya ends up, the archaeological, let's say the archaeological interpretation ends up in the label of the scientific object. And how can the scientific results then detect it's not Yamnaya? So we have dealt with this now in our recent paper to give for each of the samples the genetic grouping, which is still unfortunately associated with these cultural terms, and an archaeological term, what it would be from the archaeological classification. But generally thinking about how archaeological cultures are defined is still an ongoing process.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for this fantastic results in the ESC and in your group at the Eurasian Institute. I think we are very impressed, or I'm at least very impressed by the combination also of scientific and, let's say, cultural data. Maybe just one question or one remark to your reply. I mean, if I understood you right, you tried to to reduce the question a little bit to a technical question, so of the archaeological terminology. Is it not more the question we have to cope now with what are social cultural identities? And this is another example that, let's say, the genetic background not necessarily and probably in most cases has nothing to do with the social constructions humans do with their agencies. I mean, they are not, their agency is not coming from their genetic background, which might be a fingerprint of, let's say, 200, 300 years ago. they are living in the present, also in the prehistoric periods, and so on and so on. This was.
Yeah. Thank you. I didn't meant to reduce the thing as on a topic on a technical level, but that's the first step. And of course, you're right, and that's why why I argue for studying the genetics and the cultural, let's say, identities separately but together, so in interaction. And one aspect which I have not presented here is we are now starting to understand the biological relatedness of the people that are buried together in the mounds or in other areas. And the highly interesting result is that this population divide that we see obviously is caused by different organized social kinship practices that result in different biological relatedness. So the MyCop or these Caucasus ancestry people are much closer related, so they have much more closer interbreeding among them than the people in the steppe. And that is maybe also the reason why the steppe groups are so diversified in their genetic makeup. But that is another aspect which again plays into the question of identities. But they end up in biology, sorry. No.
So if I could ask a question. You have emphasized just now and in your presentation the difference, the sort of non-mating contact between the people in the south and the people in the north. But you touched on briefly the earlier phase, the Meshoko phase of a southern people penetrating into the northern Piedmont and establishing agricultural economies 4500, 4600 BC. They made no graves, so we have no DNA from them. But in the steppe, there is now in the new Reich paper evidence for the spread of southern ancestry into the steppes from an unknown source, but it's likely to be the Meshoko people. It's the best logical source, we don't know. But there may have been, all I'm saying is there may have been a difference in the connectivity between the south and the north in the early phase, and say 4500 BC, and in the later phase, it's much more strict. What do you say to that?
Well, I would not be surprised. On one hand, we do have intermediate individuals between the Neolithic Caucasus and the Neolithic steppe in the Nalchik graves. Nalchik is situated in the central North Caucasus, while the Meshoko groups are in the northwest. So it is possible that some of these groups that moved north interacted differently. And they interacted much earlier than we see them, as you said, due to the fact that we don't have the skeletons. We can now time, let's say, this development of the steppe ancestry in a time between about 6,000 and 5,000 BC without having skeletons. But we see that the Caucasus hunter-gatherer DNA that participate in the formation is not affected by these Neolithic connections that formed in the south, the Shomotepe-Sholaveri and culture, and the subsequent cultures that moved north. However, in the Areni cave in Armenia, there are 5 individuals. They have a tiny component of steppe. So there is interaction. There is also some kind of, let's say, interaction between males and females. But obviously, at the society level, they try to keep separate, biologically, not culturally. And that is, of course, it was a very big surprise when that came out.
Yeah. So do you have DNA samples from Nalchik?
Yes.
Ah, wonderful. Well, we are at the end of our time. It's now time for a coffee break. We'll have a coffee break from 10:30 to 11, and then be back here for another set of papers. Thank you for your interest. And so the next paper in this fascinating morning session will be presented by Professor Igor Manzura, a sequence of changes in the northwest Pontic region in the 4th millennium BC, reasons and consequences. Professor, please.
Thanks a lot. First of all, I would like to give my many thanks to organizers of this great event, to take part in this great event, and I see it's really a very important event, at least for me. The end of the 5th and the beginning of the 4th millennium BC in the North Black Sea region and in the Eastern Balkans are characterized by the same historic-cultural situation. In both regions, there is an obvious gap in cultural development, which was most likely due to the sudden collapse of the developed farming cultures of Varna, Karanova VI, Gumelnitsa, and the entire system of cultural relations in vast territories of Eastern and Southeastern Europe. In the steppe zone, at the beginning of the 4th millennium BC, a series of relatively small cultures were formed, which differed significantly from each other in contrast to preceding period when at least the funeral rite was the same from the Volga to the lower Danube. Cultural differences can be observed in virtually every basis, including burial rites and material culture. For instance, graves of the Kvitiana culture are characterized by the extended position of skeletons. Graves of the Srednjistok culture have skeletons with in a crouched position on the back. The same can be observed in the Direevka culture, but in the lower Mikhailovka graves, skeletons are disposed in a crouched position as a rule on the left side. And material, especially pottery, is quite different in all these cultures. The development of historical situation in the northwestern Pontic region in the 4th millennium BC largely corresponded to the trends evidenced in the steppe zone and in southeastern Europe. In the beginning of the 4th millennium, the Chernovoda Van culture emerged in the northeastern Balkans, and it gradually spread eastward, reaching the Dniester basin. This cultural expansion seems to have been made possible to the development of a new economic model based on more mobile forms of stock breeding and priority breeding of ovicaprids. The Chernovoda Van culture in the northwestern Pontic region is represented by settlement, short-term camps, kurgan and flat cemeteries. Additionally, there are some short-term sites in the Dniester basin with material of the Cucuteni B culture, both painted pottery and shell-tempered pottery. Perhaps we can observe two simultaneous processes of movement of farming population from the Cucuteni area and from the Balkans. The most representative is the settlement of the Chernovoda Van culture at Orlovka. It represents actually usual Balkan settlement, and it has defensive ditches, 7 defensive ditches, surface dwellings, pottery kilns, hearths, and many other normal farming structures. Actually, there is no difference with other Balkan settlements of the same time, for instance, of the Hotnica or Pevets culture in the Lower Danube region, and in the Lower Danube region, Chernovoda Van settlements in Muntenia, for instance. Material of the Chernovoda Van culture at Orlovka resembles actually material from other settlements of this culture in Muntenia and Dobruja. There are different tools, ornaments, figurines, which are characteristic actually of many other farming cultures. Ceramic assemblage of the Chernovoda Van culture consists of 2 main parts. One of them, these are courseware, which is made of shell-tempered clay, and fineware, which resembles very much usual gumelnica pottery, both to shapes, morphological attributes, and technology. Also, at Orlovka, painted pottery was uncovered. One part is represented by usual Cucuteni bear pottery, which is evidenced in other Cucuteni sites in the core area. At the same time, there is a series of pots which have no clear parallels in Cucuteni ceramic assemblage. Perhaps it's a local production, which is well known also in other localities of the region. And Especially interesting is the cemetery of the Chernovoda Van culture, which was located nearby the settlement. It consisted of about 40 graves, which are characterized by extremely different burial attributes. There are graves in supine flexed position, in position on the left or right side, etc. So very diversified, extremely diversified burial rite. Actually, the same picture we can observe in early Kurgan graves of the second quarter of the fourth millennium BC throughout the region. Also, there evidence from the Danube to Telugu. Only in the steppe zone. In the area of the Kukutень culture, we know no such kurgans or graves. And you can see that grave attributes, burial attributes are also very, very different, like in the cemetery of the Chernovoda Van culture at Kartal. Kurgans with such graves, as a rule, are characterized by various architectural details, including stone, earthen, and wooden features. It's quite often that the mound is constructed of yellow clay, which is good visible in landscape from a long distance. It's like a very visible point. Usually only a single grave is situated in the center of the kurgan, although sometimes we can find 2 or even 4 graves. And these late Neolithic graves always precede all other graves of all other cultural groups in the kurgans. They are also in the base of ancient mounds. Grave goods in these late Neolithic burials are quite rare. They are represented by isolated vessels, metal objects, ornaments of stone and bone, and female figurines like this, which have obvious parallels in the material of the Chernovoda Van culture at Kartal. Ceramic finds in the burials of the late Chalcolithic are represented by traditional vessels of the Chernovoda Van culture made of shell-tempered clay, painted vessels, which are part of the ceramic complex of the Chernovoda Van culture at the settlement of Orlovka Kartal. This actually, it's the same. And painted vessels of the Kukutень B culture or shell-tempered vessels of the Kukuteń C type. And as we can see on this map, all categories of these vessels are fairly evenly distributed throughout the region. New economic opportunities and the accumulation of technological innovations in the middle of the fourth millennium BC, as it was shown by now by Sven Hansen, contributed to the emergence of complex stratified societies like the Usatova culture in the northwestern Pontic region. Such societies are characterized by a hierarchical structure, the activities of power elites, a redistributive policy in the circulation of resources, products, and services, and pronounced social differentiation based on highly productive and well organized production, as well as on an extensive system of exchange relations. All burials of the Usatova culture have been made according to inhumation rite. Most of graves contain only one skeleton, whereas double or collective burials are extremely rare. At the early stage, very different positions of the deceased are evidenced. Such diversity of burial rite clearly resembles that of the Chernovodovan culture. The deceased could be disposed in a crouched position on the back or on the left side with different positions of arms and legs. On the later stage, position of the deceased becomes more stable. They are mostly placed in a crouched position on the left side with the arms bent and laid in front of the face or the chest. In kurgans, graves of the Usatova culture stratigraphically precede burials of the Zhivatilovka type Yamnaya culture and burials with extended skeletons. Sometimes they follow in kurgans graves with material of the Chernovodovan culture. The kurgan architecture of the Usatova culture obviously continues tradition of the late Neolithic with stone cromlechs, pavements, cairns, and ditches. One of the most specific traits of the Usatova mortuary rite is quite diversified and sometimes very rich grave goods, which occur almost in all burials, in contrast to the graves of the Chernovodovan culture. The grave goods can consist of tools, weapons, and ornaments made of different material, as well as schematic anthropomorphic figurines, which are mainly found in children's burials. And according to the shape of these figurines, we can suggest that this is a continuation of tradition which is characteristic of the anthropomorphic figurines of the Chernovodovan culture. It's most with most stylization. In burial rite of the Usatova culture, a very pronounced social differentiation can be discerned. There are graves of social elite, some prominent persons, including warrior and priests, as well as burials of ordinary people. Among elite complexes, some graves can be detected, which can be treated as burials of real supreme leaders or chiefs. These burials are uncovered in different localities of the Usatova culture area and belong to different chronological periods. Nevertheless, they coincide literally in details. The graves from Usatova and Alexandrovka are related to the early stage, and the grave from Purkari, which are shown here, is dated to the late stage. All three burials occupied central position in Tumli and had almost identical inventory. Every grave contained several clay vessels. Metal objects included bronze daggers, adzes, chisels, awls, and silver earrings. Additionally, bronze axe was put in the grave from Alexandrovka. Especially interesting finds are represented by sets of microliths, which are elements of a circle. Also in Alexandrovka and Purkari, big parts of ship carcass were laid in front of the deceased. Significant changes occurred around 3300 BC, which could happen due to abrupt climatic event related to the Piora Oscillation. Complex societies with their highly individual traits and well-defined boundaries disappeared. At the same time, there is an extensive spatial unification of culture, which is associated with sites of the Zhivatilovka type. These burial sites spread from the Don to the Danube, probably, and are distinguished by identical burial, really very similar burial rite. Their emergence in the steppe can indicate the beginning of active migration process with opposite vectors of movement. In the lower Dnieper region, such graves can contain together vessels of the Maikop culture and late Tripolia culture. So they can be treated as Maikop graves with Tripolia vessels, as Tripolia graves with Maikop vessels, or something intermediate, according to personal taste of any researcher. In the northwestern Pontic region, unlike previous period, graves of the Zhivatilovka type are evidenced both in the steppe zone and in the forest steppe territory in the area of the late Tripolia culture. They, so to say, for the first time, combined steppe and forest steppe regions. Burial rite is extremely unified. All skeletons are in crouched position on the left or right side and equally correspond to burial traditions of the Maikop and late Tripolia culture. Actually, it's the same burial rite. Kurgan of this group, as a rule, are simple earthen mounds with one, two, or several graves. In kurgans, burials of this group always follow late Neolithic and Usatova graves, and always precede graves of the Yamnaya culture and burials with extended skeletons. And grave goods of the Zhivatilovka group consist of mostly of pottery, different tools and ornaments. Especially interesting are stone axe heads. And if you can compare these graves with this material with material of the coded ware culture, we can find actually X-heads, amphoras, and beakers. Of course, they are quite different. Nevertheless, we can find actually a very similar set of attributes. The amorphous structure of this new cultural grouping and the absence of clearly defined cultural boundaries in the North Pontic region seem to have greatly contributed to the rapid spread of the Yamnaya culture at the very end of the 4th millennium BC. So there were no boundaries, and any people, ideas, things could be transmitted very easily from, for instance, from Caucasus to the Carpathians. There is one more quite special group which is in this region, which is characterized by extended position of the deceased in the graves. These graves are also distributed both in the steppe and forest steppe zone. That is in the area of the late Tripoli culture. Graves with extended skeletons always follow Usatova and Jevatilovka graves, but precede graves of the Yamnaya culture in Kurgans. Nevertheless, sometimes they can follow in Kurgans Yamnaya graves. So they occupy the latest stratigraphic and probably chronological position in the, at the end of the 4th millennium BC. These graves contain also almost no grave goods, just isolated finds. For instance, stone axe hammer, some flint tools, and the only shirt of the late Tripoli Gordinesh type pottery. So we can consider the situation at the very end of the 4th millennium BC as very favorable for acceptance of new cultural ideas and traditions. Thanks a lot for your attention.
And thank you. Can we get some questions? Yes.
Congratulations for your presentation. You have mentioned Kurgan burials from the January 1 period. What is the chronological position of the first Kurgan at that region?
According to supporting dates and AMS dates, the earliest Kurgan graves in our region are dated to the mostly to the second quarter of the 4th millennium BC. But there are some graves of the same type, actually, which are dated to the third quarter of the fourth millennium BC. So they are synchronous to the Usatova culture in the Dniester basin. And actually the same dates were obtained from the settlement of the Chernovoda one culture at Orlovka Kartal. So we have two parallel datings from settlement and from graves.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Igor. I have a question for this Shivotilovka type. What is the force which makes it so homogeneous? Is it the communication, or do you have, or is it kind of, as you said, a migration?
I suppose it was a real migration. Moreover, this was, I suppose, again, it was migration in two directions, from the east to the west, and from the west to the east.
One more question.
Yes, thank you, Igor, for your presentation. And I will continue the question of Sven Hansen. What is your opinion about the historical significance of the Żywotyłowka-Wołchansk group? Because you underlined this is the first phenomenon which linked steppe and forest steppe. So please tell more.
Yeah, of course. It's quite thank you for your question. And it's interesting question. Because the problem is we cannot always surely determine cultural attribution of these graves. Yeah? Because they are actually identical, and they are distributed in different natural zones and cultural areas, previous cultural areas. And Leo Klein from St. Petersburg once told me that perhaps this is a start of a new culture, which could not be formed because of lack of time. Yes.
And we are running out of time too. But I must ask one question myself. The east-west and the west-east contacts, do you think they're all by land, or could this be an indication of new development of marine transportation technology and a seaborne interaction sphere?
It's difficult to answer this question because we have no secure data for it. Although, as I know, at the settlement of the Usatova culture at Usatova, there are some stone anchors which could belong to some big
a ship, maybe?
Not ship, but boats.
Yeah. Canoes, maybe long.
Yeah.
Because at the same time, in the Aegean, the Cyclades are fully occupied, and it seems there's a new marine technology there.
Yeah. It's quite clear because I remember a depiction of one marine ship on a vessel of the Butmir, late Neolithic culture. So it's quite possible, of course.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now for our next paper. We have Piotr Wlodarczyk. Wlodarczyk, sorry. Migrations, transformations, long-distance unifications on the steppes of southeastern Europe.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm in
We
the
have
wrong paper?
Yeah. One more.
Sorry. I turned the page too soon. I apologize. It's Stefan Alexandrov and Piotr Wlodarczyk. Pre-Yamna burial graves in Bulgaria. Current stage of investigation.
Thank you very much. On my behalf and on behalf of Piotr Wlodarczyk, I would like to thank the organizers for kindly inviting us to participate in this lovely and very important conference and event. So, thinking about this title and how to present it, we had a lot of conversation with Piotr, basically mainly on Viber, but however, we could see each other and talk. So we decided that the key point in this title is Yamna burial graves in Bulgaria. And then we decided, first of all, to present you. Bulgaria is, as you can see, here in this region. And we have some regions that are part of Lower Danube and Thrace, where we have burial graves, early Bronze Age burial graves. Why I am showing this? Because, in fact, this region of Bulgaria is geographically related to North Baltic steppes. This region here is generally related to Middle Danube region in Central Europe. And Thrace is related always to Aegean world and Anatolia. So, as you can see later, there is a difference in what we call early Bronze Age burial graves and pre-Yamna grave in Bulgaria. So, this is what we should take as a key point as Yamna phenomenon and Yamna grave, because we are talking about pre-Yamna grave. So we decided that we should know what is Yamna grave. What does it mean? So this is a map of, it doesn't matter, of Professor Merpert, and this is a later map made by Svetlana Ivanova. However, it's not very accurate here, but generally speaking, it gives a general imagine of what the Yamna phenomenon generally is and where it is spread in Europe and how it looks today. So this is what Professor Haidt in 2007, if I'm correct, yes, with Harrison, called Yamna package. And this is what me and Professor Wlodarczyk decided that Yamna graves in Bulgaria not only could be. First of all, deceased individuals were placed in rectangular burial chambers, usually covered with beams or wooden boards oriented lengthwise. Second, all features that are to be related to Yamna graves are single graves with male individuals or sometimes with infants and adult individuals or infant buried. The deceased, the position of deceased is supine, supine with flexed legs, and the heads of the deceased were oriented towards west. So the burial ritual consistently incorporated red pigment, mainly ochre, red ochre. Ochre is to be found in various forms, such as lumps sprinkled over the bones and at the bottom of the grave pit. Notably, some burials, especially those with specific positions within the barrow, exhibit distinctive coloring on the upper part of the skulls. And finally, a common feature of these burials are metal herrings, mainly made of silver or rarely of gold. So this is what we decided that Yamna phenomenon or Yamna grave are in Bulgaria, and then let us see what is earlier than these burial graves, I mean, in Bulgaria. So generally speaking, according to the radiocarbon dates, this phenomenon, like this grave here, they appeared somewhere around and later than 3100 Cal BC. So this is a map which is not very accurate because it was made some years ago with more burial graves excavated and investigated in Bulgaria, but you can see Thrace and North Bulgaria are full of early Bronze Age burial graves, and considering North Bulgaria, we have extended inhumations, relaxed Hocker inhumations, and semi-supine inhumations, that stratigraphically, and according to the radiocarbon dates are earlier than 3100 BC. In Thrace, here we have what we called with Professor Vodarczyk east-oriented barrow graves that constantly or very often are earlier than what we called Yamna graves in this region. So let's start with North Bulgaria and the group of extended inhumation here. So we have these 4 groups of graves, or graves, barrow graves, with extended inhumation. First of all, this is Dobrich barrow, something like 2-meter height, barrow number 31-1, according to our Bulgarian denomination of the barrows. And this is the horizontal plan of the graves. We are talking about this grave number 9, or feature number 9, and number 14. Now you see them. Feature 11 is the stone ring here, destroyed by later activities. And this is the position of the buried person. You see now, which is infants in 9 to 2 years old, male probably, with this extended position, head towards west. And this is the date of this grave. And the other grave, which is feature 8, as you can see, this stone ring, and 9 is the grave, the same extended position, as you can see, head towards west. And it is a bit younger person, as you could see. So older person, sorry, 13, 14 years old. And this is the date of this grave. All the dates here we are presenting are made from human bones. So this is the third chronologically speaking, grave, which is feature 12-15. 15 is actually the grave, which is classic according to our terminology, Yamna phenomenon grave, with west orientation, male, etc., etc. You can see this. And this is the date. Here is the grave. As you can see, this half of the stone ring was taken from the people who buried this person here and used as when constructing the grave facility. So this particular Yamna grave is dated somewhere here between 3000 and 2900 BC. So this is the sequence of these 3 graves from Dobrich. With red the extended inhumations, and with blue is Yamna grave. So this is in fact the only stratigraphic and AMS dated barrow in North Bulgaria, but there are several more. This is Polsko-Kosovo, very famous barrow. Unfortunately, it was excavated years and years ago. So this is the primary grave, which is here. Unfortunately, there are no pictures. I'm sorry for this. With the extended inhumation, east-west orientation, and this big stone ring around the grave, followed by 2 semi-supine and relaxed Hocker inhumations. And finally, the last in the sequence is this grave, which is with supine position, with flexed legs, that could be related to Yamna graves. But that's everything we know about this barrow, unfortunately. So I am just presenting you no bones, no dates. So maybe we'll find the bones someday. Let's hope. And the other grave is from Goran Slatina, which is central North Bulgaria, barrow number 3. The primary grave is in this semi-supine position, surrounded by this ring of stones. And in this ring of stones, those fragments were found. And generally, they are related to what is called Orle-Sadovec group in Bulgaria and Romania, and which group, according to radiocarbon dates, is dated somewhere around 3300, 3100 BC. So next in stratigraphical sequence come those 2 extended inhumations with eastern orientation, and finally in the sequence is this grave, which could be related to Yamna phenomenon. So these are the extended inhumation in North Bulgaria that, according to our data, precede for sure Yamna grave stratigraphically and according to the radiocarbon dates. So next group is related to what I called relaxed Hockers in North Bulgaria. In this map you can see all these black dots. They are in North Dobruja as well that are related to this barrow group graves. That look like this. This is from Goran Slatina, the central North Bulgaria. Sorry for the pictures, but that's what you got. This is the primary grave, followed by this grave, which could be related to Yamna phenomenon as well. Unfortunately, we have no dates from there. But however, all this group, you can see all these pictures now, this group of relaxed Hocker graves is characterized by the following features. All graves are primary. The barrows related to these graves were relatively small, around 20 meters, rarely exceeded 1 meter in height. The grave facility, with only one exception, were rectangular pits. The use of stones, because we've got something like 11 graves from this group, 3 of 11, something like 30% of the graves had grave constructions with using stones, such as rings, for example. 10 of 11 features were single graves. In fact, the 11th grave is a male with 2 children, and buried were persons of both sexes, male, 3 males, 5 females, and 1 infant. And here in Beogradec, the last one, a male individual with 2 infants that were buried in the grave. So buried were persons of all ages, from infants to maturus groups. The bodies were placed in relaxed Hocker position, something like 80% to the right, approximately 20% to the left. So this is the position of the graves we've got, you see now. West-east axis was the orientation of the graves, with head predominantly towards west. Some of the skeletons had red ochre, but not very big quantity of red ochre, especially in the skull area. And in 2 graves, lumps of red ochre were found near the skeleton, like here it's not visible near the legs of this. It is actually a female grave. 3 graves only had the grave inventory, clay vessel, you saw it, and golden herring here from this grave, and this silver earrings from Kaugerica grave. The chronological position according to the radiocarbon dates of this group is, you can see, 3,300, 2,900 BC. And you can see here, in comparison, these are Bulgarian graves, and from northeast Bulgaria, radiocarbon dates. This is the similar position of the graves from northwest Pontic, and there are 2 graves from eastern Hungary. Probably Janusz could tell us more about this. From Sarutat-Variam, sorry, I cannot pronounce this very correctly. And here you can see the radiocarbon dates from flat graves in North Bulgaria, which are here with these blue dots, if you can see them. As you can see here, this group, and here they are almost identical. So in North Bulgaria, especially from here to the west, especially in the west, we have the same sequence of radiocarbon dates related to barrow graves in this position, relaxed Hocker position, and flat graves with different position of the bodies of the buried persons. So finally, we have one group of 4 graves, actually, which are supine inhumations that are according to the dates prior to 3100 BC, and now you can see the dates. Here, this one is from Pochidol, barrow number 4, if I'm correct. This is from Rilci, Dobruja region, and this grave here is from the last year, excavated by a colleague of ours, and it is in central north, but western part of central north Bulgaria. You can see these dates that are, in fact, prior to 3100 BC, but according to the position of the buried persons, according to the ritual and everything, all graves were covered by wooden planks. They have ochre here, and here you can see it, and here this is, sorry for the picture, but it's from the 1980s. West orientation, male graves, I mean, they should be connected to Yamna phenomenon if we are strictly following this criteria. So it is a problem that is to be resolved. Is it a problem of dating, or not? We can talk about this later. And we tried to make this chart here of graves and radiocarbon dates according to the position of the buried. Here you can see supine, in North Bulgaria, sorry, supine with flex legs, west orientation, here is west. This is relaxed Hocker group here. Only these 3 extended inhumation, and this is semi-supine position, which is in fact related to what is called late Yamna phenomenon, like this one from Chudomir from northeast Bulgaria. So as you can see here, I mean, I see it, there is a very strict break or line between 2900 BC and the days later. Why it is so, I am not quite sure. Maybe we should reconsider the dates, or maybe this is because of the dates. I don't know, but most of these dates were made in Glasgow lab. So I see this break here, but I am starting, and we are starting to think, is it natural or not? And it is a question of further investigation. So this was North Bulgaria. Now we are moving to Thrace, which is a bit different. As you would see now, this is Trojanovo, Kangalovo barrow here with these two graves, and these two graves that are related to Yamna phenomenon. And these are the primary graves. Professor Vodarchuk will talk about this later. So you can see these two graves here, one above the other with these dates, BP, that are prior to 300, 3,300, 3,100 BC here, and this grave, which is absolutely sure with all the characteristics of Yamna graves, with this date here, and Meu, Juvenis, west orientation, ochre, and covering with wooden planks. The other barrow, which was unfortunately partly destroyed by modern activities related to charcoal mine, is Belibrak with two graves here, one above the other, the same, and this here that should be related to Yamna group. You can see the dates here, BP, that are related to the other graves you saw earlier, and another grave from the region of Maritza Istok, from Thrace, which is of Charti, the primary grave, as you can see with this date here. It should be entered somewhere here. And the graves from Aumirovo, this is the primary grave, feature 19, without these stones. They are related to a later grave, related by itself to Yamna phenomenon. This east-oriented, probably semi-supine grave because it was destroyed partially by treasure hunters. Female grave, you can see it here, with this date a bit larger, but let's say it is another grave from this group, the first construction group in the barrow, feature 21, with this lump of red ochre here. Male grave in this particular case, east-oriented, and this is the date. And these two graves, actually there are three graves there in Maumiro, were followed by the group of three graves, one of which unfortunately was destroyed by these treasure hunters, but this is the famous grave of a 65, 75 years old male, which appeared to be a rider, actually, thanks to Martin investigations. And you can see here that it is quite similar to, and it could be related to Yamna group graves in Thrace. So these east-oriented graves in Thrace, they are always primary. Their barrows are relatively small. You can see here 20 meters, 1 meter maximum in height. Most of them were buried in oval pits. Some of them have these double burials, one above the other, in the same grave pit. No covering of the pit or the pit floor. All features but one were single graves. Both sexes of person were buried in this grave, and all ages, from infants to mature age groups. This is after an article we published with Professor Vodarchuk. Most of the body were arranged in supine or semi-supine position in east-west axis with head towards east, as you can see here from Trojanovo. The use of ochre is quite reduced, small lumps or occasionally small quantities over the bodies. Here there is none, in fact, and something like 20% it contained grave inventory, for example, like silver beads necklace, 14 silver beads in Menikarovo, vessels, herrings, and other vessels, but most of these graves with inventory actually come from the region west of Tunja River, which is not so inhabited by Yamna population, by the way. So there is one group, the last group of earlier grave in trace, like this one from Kamen, Gabrova Mogila. This is the primary grave. So you can see 4 adults, 3 children, and 1 cranium placed in a vessel here in this long, narrow pit. And this is maybe the most famous grave from this barrow, with 4 persons, and you can see here 2 children's skulls above them. And this is the inventory of this particular grave, and this is the date of this grave. You can see it here. And now you'll see the inventory that is strictly related to Thracian early Bronze Age, early Bronze Age ceramic production here, and these 2 silver herrings that are to be found in flat graves as well. So I think that this is generally, so only the inventory of another multiple grave in trace from Draževo, approximately 15 kilometers to the east of Kamen. You can see the inventory. According to the pottery, it could be synchronized with the previous grave, trust me, especially this bowl here, which was full of red ochre, in fact. There are analyses, it is hematite here. So these graves in trace were primary or prior to 3100 BC, and there is one more grave, which is, in my opinion, not quite sure that it was a barrow grave, because it was found in the periphery of this barrow here in Merichleri. Cremation grave, you can see it here, and there is the date of this grave. You can see 3300, 3100 BC. But I should repeat this, that it was found in the periphery of the barrow itself, so its relations to the barrow is not quite certain. So this is what we have as dates. Here is northeast Bulgaria, and here is Thrace, but not all the dates from Thrace. As you can see, I still see this line here, and there is no such line here, but it is still a question of debates and further investigation. And with this, I would like for myself and Professor Vodarchuk to thank you very much for your attention.
We're running a little behind schedule, so
Sorry.
Do we have time for one question? Or shall we just go on and... Yeah.
Thank you for your talk. It's very interesting. But you showed on one slide as a characteristic feature of the Yamnaya the herrings.
Yes.
But they are older, as you showed in your talk, and we know them already from Varna and from Zatovo. It's a really
I agree.
clearly Western tradition.
I completely agree, because in, let's say, in North Bulgaria, where there are more investigations, actually, these herrings, silver herrings, golden herrings, you can find them in settlements, for example, Celei, which is at the Danube shore, the left bank of the Danube shore in Romania, with the date which is very early. You find them in flat graves, in Smyadovo, for example, which is northeast Bulgaria, with the same very, very early date. And you find them in North Bulgaria in barrow graves. But if we are to be honest, in North Bulgaria, most of the herrings are to be found in flat graves or in settlements than in barrow graves. In Thrace, it's quite different. The number of herrings in Thrace is much, much bigger, as number I speak, than in North Bulgaria. In barrow graves I'm talking about, yeah. So you are quite right, they are earlier than, and they are probably related to some fashion, and they were used by local populations as well, not only by these people buried in barrows. Yeah.
So this is a specific attribute that's connected to Yamnaya that really begins in before
Yes,
long before.
If you ask Professor Mazura, he'll tell you that they are in Osatovo as well.
Yeah.
So.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. now, in order to stay on time, I'm sorry for doing this before, we began with a keynote from the Caucasus, and now we end with an integrated keynote from the other end.
This one, yes. This is working with
Migrations, transformations, long-distance unifications on the steppes of southeastern Europe in the 4th millennium BC.
Thank you very much, and thank you to organizers for this invitation. I would like to continue the lecture of Stefan Alexandrov. Like Franco Nicolis told about establishing of facts, maybe I will go a little bit more into interpretation. Maybe I'll be wrong, but maybe I think it's interesting to add something to these facts. But nevertheless, I'm sorry, but some illustrations will be repeated in my presentation. Does it work? Ah, it works. So, in my presentation, I'd like to show the summarize of analysis of funeral rite of steppe communities in southeastern Europe, dated to 4th millennium BC and the beginning of the 3rd millennium BC, but mainly in the context of relation this earlier funeral rite to the next Yamna or Yamna style. Here, in the case of Preyamna name, is of course is a kind of controversial name because it suggests the relation between Yamna and Preyamna communities. That is sure that we can establish that it's sure that Preyamna is a custom which is earlier than Yamna. Naturally, it comes from this name. But the second, if it's progenitor of Preyamna, it seems to be a difficult question and sometimes unbelievable question, because some of these graves are hundreds of years earlier, so maybe for the public such name is not so correct. But let's try to analyze the dating, and let's try to analyze the situation in southeastern Europe and to test if the Preyamnaya can be also the progenitor of the Yamna funeral rite. So here I show the typical grave of the early Yamna style. That is the typical position with elongated arms. It was characterized before by Stefan, so here it is repeated. This information about this early Yamna style. It's a kind of international, supra-regional style which is present since Ural until Pannonian Plain, until Eastern Hungary. They are the examples of such graves. Always the same. They were all called by, for example, by Yuri Rasamakin as position 2A, as I remember, which has origin in Middle Neolithic. We can see such a position, for example, in Csongrád grave in Eastern Hungary. It's a very early, one of the earliest funeral style in Eurasian steppe. But these graves I presented before dominate, and but they are not only such style which is present in the early dated Yamna barrows. I saw some examples of different kind of central graves. Here I found a nice example of semi-supine position in secondary grave from Boldesht, but according to the construction of this grave, it is also early dated Yamna Yamna feature. We have also the graves, the barriers on the side position, the barriers in semi-supine position with turned arms. They are simultaneous with this dominating style of the early Yamna funeral custom. Here is kind of summarizing of the positions in the early Yamna graves. Supine position dominating is presented on the left side. There are three main types of this position following this general structure of Uriel Makin, but also on the right side they are chosen some examples of other body positions from central graves of Yamna communities. Semi-supine position and also some graves with mixed bones, like this example from Żabail in Serbia. It is maybe the answer for the question of Hubinek case in the eastern Poland, which is only one example of so dated barrow north of Carpathians, approximately 3000 BC, because the body positions of three graves discovered under the barrow, with graves with ochre, similar to Yamna style, and these graves looks a little bit different than this typical early Yamna style. But according to these examples, it is no reason to throw them away from this bigger trend related to the Yamna expansion around the beginning of the 3rd millennium BC. And now I tried to summarize the knowledge about early dated graves in southeastern Europe. I collected I tried to collect all examples. The map is in progress. It's not so easy and not possible to analyze, to verify all examples, but that's the first try of such summarizing. And on this map, I included extended information, which were explored in two previous lectures by Igor Manzura and Stefan Alexandrov. They are red dots. As you see, they are dominating in this region of Lower Danube and Northwest Black Sea region, but they are present in all this area until the Upper Thrace and also in Pannonian Plain. The second group, so-called relaxed Hocker, according to Stefan, but most of them are these east-oriented barriers. They are not so visible yellow dots, but they are dominating in this region, in Romania and in Bulgaria. But they are present also in northwestern Black Sea region, and some examples are known also from Hungary. The multiple barriers are rare. There are two groups, one in Eastern Thrace and second in Prahova region in Romania. Životilovka, Volchansk, presented also broadly before by Igor Manzura. They are present until the Danube valley. They are not recorded south and west of Dobruja and eastern Romania regions. And the last one, cremations. They have different dispersion. The most of them are in this region of Pannonian Plain and in Transylvania also. Some examples are from Eastern Thrace, Upper Thrace, and northwestern Bulgaria. As a case study, I present here the Tunja Valley, Middle Tunja Valley. And in the blue triangles are marked here the barrows dated to the 4th millennium BC. And in red triangles, there are barrows which were created by people of Yamna trend. And as you see, the Yamna barrows are present, but the barrows dated to 4th millennium BC dominate on this picture. It means that the creator of barrows were mainly the people not of Yamna cultural trend, but the trends which are a little bit older, but also we can say they are different trends. That's a summarizing of body orientation. Generally, in Upper Thrace, in Tunja, Middle Tunja Valley, dominate the orientation to the west. There are 48 examples, but if we examine the situation with central primary barrier, the situation is different. There are visible group of the barriers oriented to the east. There are two examples here of typical central primary barrier from Upper Thrace, east-oriented without ochre from Bojanovo and Sinapovo. We can find in Upper Thrace more similar examples. And now another case study will be the Małomirowo barrow, which was dug in 2021 by Bulgarian-Polish expedition. As was presented already in Stefan lecture, under the barrow were discovered 3 graves related to 3 small barrows. And stratigraphically, this situation from Małomirowo is very nice. It allows us to distinguish the 4 phases. With the first phase are related 3 graves, 1918-21. Next is the early Yamna phase. Next, let's say late early Yamna phase, and finally the late Yamna graves which are dug into the prepared into the constructed barrow. And now, shortly, the example, these 3 graves from the first phase, they are 3 cases. Everyone is a little bit different. First one, northwest oriented, characterized. It is left position, semi-supine, female. It is related to the style, we can say, the style of Czerna Woda, presented by Igor, also generally to the style of 4th millennium BC, presented in local cultural funeral trends. The second one is oriented grave in narrow pitch, semi-supine position, with stone ring around. Is in this case that is similarity to the late Tripilia, Usatovo, such burial custom. And the third one is secondary disturbed grave number 18 with 2 deserts. Probably it was a burial. Previously it was a burial, singular burial. Is oriented with typical ceramic for Upper Thrace, ascoidal cup and the bowl. The dating of this first phase, which is interesting in this case, is around 3100, 2900 BC. So as you see, the difference between this early dated east-oriented burials and Yamna phase is small, and we can distinguish the graves in other barrows which could be contemporaneous with this early dated graves from Małomirowo. The typical fortress are stone constructions, which are stone cromlechs, stone pavements which cover the mound, which are under the mounds. In such a construction are discovered, for example, in Bojanowo, in second barrow in Bojanowo, in Gabrowa Mogiła in Kamień with this famous multiple burial. They are rounded or sometimes they have a quadrant shape, and all these early dated graves are normally under such a construction, together with sacrificial pits, discoveries of pots, singular vessels, etc. What is also typical for this style is using, which I call here, maybe poetically, digging to ancestors. The central place of these burrows are very often reused to adding the new graves, to adding new persons to the previously dug graves, and also to construct new graves directly under these earlier dated constructions. There are 3 examples from Prahova region, from Romania, but similar custom is also present in Upper Thrace. Stefan Aleksandrov showed it also in the previous lecture here. I show 3 examples, one from Belibriac, second from Bojanowo, and third from Trojanowo. It is a grave, younger grave, which is dug directly under the earlier grave in the same pit. So that is a strong trend which is related to this early barrow construction. Contrary, Yamna trend, early Yamna, which is following this barrow, is a trend of destroying ancestors. This barrow construction, which were presented before, in this case, are remodeled, destroyed, reused. The people of Yamna trend doesn't care for this previous construction, or try to reuse them. That is an example from Małomirowo grave. This Yamna famous grave of Rider is surrounded by 3 anthropomorphic stelas, and also by stones, and probably these stones and also the stones of the second Yamna grave destroyed by treasure hunters were taken probably from older constructions which were installed in this barrow. Here I repeat the picture of grave 30 primary burial of multiple burial trend, and I only wanted to add to the previous lecture that in such multiple burials in Upper Thrace, apart from the typical let's say Balkan style, local style, are present also elements which have stepic relations, and also which have analogies in a little bit earlier or maybe contemporaneous Yamna style. There are 2 silver herrings which are used as covering as a picture on the cover of Volume 4, Yamna Impact series, but in fact they came from this early dated grave, and here you can say it is also the kind of censer, the typical vessel for the steppe communities. The second example was showed by Stefan from Draževo. This bowl with ochre. It's also a kind of vessel which is of course common in Upper Thrace settlements, but it's also related to this new trend related to expansion of Yamna people. Now the extended inhumations, contrary to this is-oriented inhumations, and contrary to multiple barriers, extended inhumations are looking like early Yamna style in the context of this on this barrow structures. They are not destroyers. They are not. There is no digging to ancestors. It's not using these local elements of funeral rite. They are uniformed, like early Yamna style, in different regions of this region. In different regions of southeastern Europe, they are looking the same, with elongated arms, with special constructions of pit. The pits are quite narrow and quite long. The position of them is always preceding the Yamna, the Yamna graves. But if you are looking at the details of the custom, they have also colored skulls with red pigments, and the dating of them is generally around 2100, 3100, 3100 until 2800 BC. So it is the trend which is contemporaneous with the early Yamna style. Additionally, this extended inhumation has later the parallels in the style of some of early Yamna graves. There are two examples from Vojvodina in Serbia of wooden construction with transversal wooden blanks, quite narrow and long pits, which has analogy in the style of this extended inhumation. Here is a new example from Kędziel Kishhalom from the vicinity of Solnok. It's courtesy to Janos Dani and Fanny Nagy. There is surely the grave which has connection to this extended inhumation style with a little bit different body position. Something. And now finally the cremations. Cremations have two zones, and first zone located generally east of Iron Gate, like for example in famous Tarnava barrow. There are additional cremation to the style of inhumation, to the inhumations. For example, in Tarnava, there are two cremations together with some inhumations in the first phase of barrow construction, and these cremations are always related with Kocopheni and Baden style. And here is an example, the best example of cremation until now, which is from Silvașul de Jos. It's not Romanian, maybe Banat. It's probably what's Transylvania. Yes, exactly. Well, it's the border between, let's say. But it is early dated barrows. Only cremation is present, and also in probably in the barrows from Vojvodina, which are partially only explored. only cremation is present in the first phase of barrow constructions. And here to summarize all these trends, as you can see on this picture, which is also in working, you can observe that many of these burial trends which are characterized before are contemporaneous. There are some questions, for example, the question which was also present in Stefan's lecture about early dating of some Yamna graves, but we are always in this region in the range between 3,300 2,800 BC, counting all these different, sometimes completely different funeral rites. The same is visible on this picture from North East Bulgaria. So the Yamna, generally speaking, the Yamna graves, they are these graves with supine with flexed legs, are contemporaneous with some other styles, hawker position and extended inhumations are of the same age. That is this case of Rilci. Already show this date is 3,300, 3,100 BC, typical Yamna grave. Another argument, I don't know why Chudomir is not visible here, but was presented before already. One argument for contemporaneous style of early Yamna and local styles, East-oriented burials and others, are the vessels and other items which are present in the graves of typical Yamna funeral trend. Here the example of Bojanovo grave number 13 from Bulgaria, with ascoidal cap, which is present also in some East-oriented burials without ochre. And second is buried Schleri. Also, the supine position of the body is East-oriented, this barrow, but the body is posed in Yamna style, and also the ascoidal cap together. Here is Chudomir, okay. And that's a third example of the typical Yamna barrow, double burial. The body arrangement is of this dominating style, and together with two local vessels and one called ornamented pot. And now, to conclude, what I wanted to say today, that is that in the Danube-Tisa zone of expansion of steppe communities, the temporal difference between the barrow presenting the pre-Yamna and Yamna traditions is quite small. Both phenomena are dated to the last third of the 4th millennium BC. Based on radiocarbon dating, it is also possible to establish the contemporary expansion of various trends in the barrow funeral rite. Multi-phase barrow always showed the succession of early Yamna rite after the rites combined with pre-Yamna. Funeral rituals related to East-oriented burials, multiple burials and cremations show many references, analogies to local cultural environment. At the same time, they contain elements with good analogies in the North Pontic region. For example, the silver ornaments, arsenic copper is also present. Types of graves and barrow construction are also analogies often to this North Pontic region. And rituals associated with extended inhumations and early Yamna generally do not show local connections. Multi-phase barrows from the end of 4th millennium BC show the continuing aspects of the tomb use. I show it with digging to our ancestors. In the case of early Yamna communities, it involves a significant remodeling of the barrow construction. The impression of close temporal relations between the subsequent stages is confirmed by absolute dating. To describe the process of kurganization of this area, it seems appropriate to distinguish one wave related to the migration of culturally diverse steppe communities, Pre-Yamna and Yamna, in the broad period 3,300-3,800 BC. Thank you very much.
The last two papers really were quite integrated with each other. But now we could have questions about these last two papers or any of the papers of the morning session.
Thank you, Piotr. I have a question for the organization in the fourth millennium. I mean, if you would hit the Ukrainian territory, you would probably see closed distribution of pharaohs in the fourth millennium from the Caucasus to Hungary. What is the in the western part the earliest pharaoh building?
As I show it,
could you speak into the microphone?
Okay. That's another question is what I think about it. Another is what is documented. Yeah. So because as was visible in the also in the presentation of Igor Manzura, these barrows of Cherna Voda 1 are present in Moldova. Yeah. For example, an example of Chimishlia is Chimishlia. Is very nice of this dating until 3,700, 3,500. There is no reason to stop this this line of migration on the Danube or in Dobruja, but we don't have such barrows. The second fact of early kurganization is the presence of early dated barrow in Central Europe, related to funnel-beaker complex, for example, Baalberg, for example, in Moravia, and such things. And they are, we can add to this also the early dated Boleras barrows from Serbia. Unfortunately, I didn't revise this material, which is shown as very early, half of 4th millennium BC. I cannot say more about if it's true or not, or if it's typical Baden barrow or it is so early. Well documented are barrows from the last third of 4th millennium BC in Dobruja, south of Dobruja. They are quite common, and in fact, this trend is so strong, or maybe stronger than early Yamna, which is following this horizon.
Can I extend that question? So there is, as we all know, there is a much earlier horizon of steppe burials, Gurgulesht, Tsongrad, and isn't there a grave like that in Bulgaria?
It's another question. It's a question of steppe migration. Because the barrow construction is not documented in these cases. Yeah, that's a different. Of course, they document the so-called first wave of steppe expansion, but they not document the early barrows.
Okay. Other questions?
Thank you to both. And my question is perhaps also to both presenters. How are the mounds built? So does every grave get a mount and an additional grave gets another mount shell? Or is there a couple of, well, is there a first burial and which is used afterwards by other burial communities to bury, and then maybe after several hundred years or several years, another central burial is added. So how is what do you think, how much time is in the burial construction?
Mm-hmm. First, there are two possibilities. The one-phased barrow and multi-phased barrows. These two models are present. Sometimes this barrow stratigraphy is complicated, and there are also differences in organization of graves in the barrow. For example, in the Bujak region in northwest Pontic area, very typical are graves which are surrounding the central. They are placed around the barrow, but still in the barrow. And for upper trace, another model is present. Maybe it's related to the chronology, but only the central part of the barrows is generally used for adding the next graves. And in 4th millennium BC and the beginning, before this early Yamna, let's say, impact, if it is a time, but in this style, maybe not, we cannot talking about horizons. But for this trend are typical the special constructions, the cemeteries which are under the barrows. There are sometimes 3, 4, 5 graves together with sacrificial pits, so-called trizna, together with stone pavement. It is kind of sanctuary cemetery, which is constructed at that time by some these cultural groups, not always. And next, for the early Yamna, generally typical is one grave dug into with the barrow. But sometimes we have cases of, like for example, in Mogila, old Mogila, there are many graves on the same level, and maybe the barrow is constructed for some graves. But generally is dominating the model of enlarging the barrow, digging the next burials, and the barrows is starting from 15 meters of diameter and finally can be more than 50 and many meters of high. It's a very general question, and the general trends I described, but we should talk about the levels and communities and characterize them.
Thanks, Piotr and Stefan, of course. What you have presented both, I think, is a very multi-dimensional picture of various burial rites that are roughly contemporary, or sometimes contemporary, sometimes succeeding. But I would like to add there is another dimension here that you barely have mentioned, or Stefan has just mentioned it briefly, in that during all the time when we see the first burial mounds in the Western Pontic region, we have also a local element that's still continuing. So we have Channa-Vodasri flat sites, we have Ezero tell sites, and the Ezero tell sites are all occupied at the same time. Then we have also these burial mounds. And the question is, what is, and the same is when we move on to the Carpathian Basin, we have Baden there, or when we move north to the Danube, and around the Danube Valley, we have Kotzophen. All, again, it's all contemporary, adding another dimension. So what is local here? What is foreign here? And is there, I mean, we have now the DNA of many of those, and the DNA is another checker piece of variations. I think Bianca later will talk about this in the afternoon. But what is the foreign element here, and what is the local element, and how do the two sides intermingle here, from your point of view?
On which level? Chronological? On the second one, on this early level. Yeah, because as you mentioned at the beginning of your talk, there is unification of funeral custom. This graves which I showed from the first phase of Maromirovo, there are very typical grave which we can called Niżnaja Michajłowka by Yuri Rasamaki. You can call them Czerna Woda type, like Igor Manzura told. We can call them also local style, which is typical for Zero, for example, for this cultural phenomena of Balkans. They are present in the huge area, and the problem is how much they are related to this early step impact. There are some elements which I showed, some of them, like constructions of graves, this using of stones, rings, these elements, in my opinion, have step origin. And also the silver, which is present in these graves, other items, sometimes they have such parallels. So it means that this not organization, but relation with steps has a long tradition, a long chronology from this, let's say, Suvorovo time or maybe earlier. And it is difficult to answer this question. Maybe everyone has a right, yeah, because it's local, but if it's originating from the east, it's possible.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. It's not not a question really, but let me express my deep gratitude for the lectures, for all of them, all of the 3 or 4 next, because I am old enough. And I don't remember. I've forgotten everything I had known. But I didn't forget. I didn't know what I didn't know, and I knew nothing about the Pontus area. And our colleague Manzura gave us a very clear sequence, a very clear picture. And I am not an archaeologist already, but the prehistory is interesting for me. So it's much easier to see the prehistory as the area, and much easier to see the history of the area. And as far as Bulgaria is concerned, when I was younger, there was nothing in Bulgaria between Karanovo and Ezero. You remember? As good and nothing. Petre Roman then told something, I remember. This is what you are looking for in Tels, you will never find. What you are looking for is not on the Tels. And this is 1 millennium without Tels. After Gumelnica and before Ezero. And this millennium clearly just the archaeology is only at the beginning of the reconstruction of this millennium in Bulgaria. But I think it will be very helpful if we see the results of the researches of colleague Mansoura. And if we take in mind the history, the later history of this region, because when I knew nothing about Usatovo and Foltest and everything, because it was impossible, there was only Brajlica. And there was this Brajlica cemetery, and I went to Brajla to see the material. And there was Mr. Hartzuki in Brajla. It was a very good talk. But what I know about Brajla and the area, I know it not from archaeology, I know it from Panait Istrati, a very good writer who lived in Brajla. And Brajla is the place where there is Caucasian people, Greek people, Bulgarian people, Romanian people, Ukrainian people. Everybody is in Brajla just a century ago. Never forget these facts. These facts can be very, very instructive for prehistorian archaeology because we don't know. We have no Istrati in prehistory, so we don't know it. So I suggest to express our deepest gratitude to Mr. Mansoura and our colleagues not from Bulgaria, Alexandrov and Vlodacek, because it was really very instructive and to me it's a bit, I dare say, I have something to think of. Yeah? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes. I think this whole morning session has given us something good to think about. As you say, a lot good to think about. And I'm grateful to all of the presenters. Let's have a hand for all of the presenters for this morning. And do you want to? Yeah.
Just a few practical informations. We would like to invite our speakers to the upstairs to the lounge, and we will meet us after I don't know when, half past two here, and we will start with the Yamnaya second session. And the others, I would like to say you can eat here in the restaurant in our building, and next to our building we have a very nice meal park restaurant. You can eat something there. So thank you. And others maybe? No? No? Just okay. So thank you very much, and we will see each other later. Thank you. Half past two. Yeah.
please find your seat. And we start now with session 2, Yamnaya Divided, Yamnaya East, Yamnaya West, or Yamnaya East-West. And there is a little change in the program. The lecture of Eva Rosenstock and Martin Trautmann is cancelled, and we will therefore have a shift in the program after the second talk by Dennis Topal. We will have the coffee break, and then everything will be half an hour earlier. And if you have a question, please start with your name, which is good for the audience at the screens in all over the world. And now we start with the first keynote paper by Elke Kaiser, The Yamnaya Cultural Horizon North of the Black Sea, the Current State of Research. Bitte.
Okay, I see it here on the screen, but I do not see it here.
Oh, you don't see it?
I see it.
Up there?
This is not my presentation. I'm sorry to disappoint, but it looks a little bit... No, it works. Thank you very much. Okay, no, I can't see it here, but it doesn't matter. I will look at the screen as well. So welcome everybody, and sorry for this technical problems, and thank you for solving it. This session addresses the distinction between East and West in the Yamnaya cultural complex. This immediately leads to the question of what is meant by East and West, and where might a boundary be drawn. Since we are meeting at the invitation of ERC Impact and our Hungarian colleagues, we are probably referring to the border between the Yamnaya burials, which are found on the one hand within the steppe of Eastern Europe proper, and on the other in various areas of the Balkans and the Carpathian Basin. The latter have been intensively studied in the recent years. We just heard about this, and we will hear more about this. The number of known and excavated burial mounds with Yamnaya graves has therefore grown considerably in the western region. Thanks to these research activities, we now have an impressive database, which is still largely lacking for the so-called eastern area, so the steppe zone. In my lecture, I will deal with the question of whether the Yamna culture in the steppe can be regarded as a homogeneous phenomenon. In doing so, I must first of all concentrate on the graves. Contrary to my title, I will not limit myself to the region north of the Black Sea, but will also include eastern and northeastern areas too, where Yamna graves have been found. Settlements will form the second part of my presentation as announced in the abstract book. If we come back to the assumed spatial division into east and west, it certainly goes back to the influential work of Nikolai Merpat, who presented the following map in his book in 1974, a chapter from his unpublished dissertation. Yamna graves in southeastern Europe in those times were just indicated by arrows. Concentrating on the steppe zone proper, Merpat pointed out the large-scale distribution of Yamna graves, and in this context, he developed the concept of so-called culture historical communities or areas or districts, oblast in Russian. He described the appearance of cultural communities as a specific and very important phenomenon in the Eurasian steppe, which was caused by the following factors: similar natural and historical conditions, similar economic and social conditions and developments, assimilation of cultures with different roots in various regions. In the case of Yamna culture, pastoralism based on cattle breeding and the mobile form of pastoralism were the main similar economic factors in the arid steppe. The Yamna graves outside the steppe were still insufficiently known at the time. This only changed with the important work of Istvan Eceli and Ivan Panayotov in the 17th and 80s. In the Soviet Union, and subsequently in the successor states of Ukraine, Russia, and Moldova, Merpat's study covering the entire distribution area of Yamna graves in the steppe was accepted, including the 9 regional variants, which you can see here summarized. The most important features for the subdivisions were and are the grave constructions, the position of the buried, and the grave goods, and in this general overview given mainly by pottery types. The next 2 slides present 4 examples of the regional groups that are usually referred to as archaeological cultures in Eastern European research. There are certain objects that occur more frequently in some regions, and there are also differences in grave construction. For example, here, eastern regions, Volga, Ural, and Northwest Caspian Depression, and here then more westwards, lower Dnipro region, and the so-called southwestern variant or Brut Dniester region. There are many works, especially PhD theses, have been written on individual groups or regions. Unfortunately, many of these theses have never been published. In addition, diachronic analysis of Bronze Age burials have been carried out for individual regions, often focusing not only on Yamna but also on catacomb cultures. Alla Nikolova from Kiev wrote her dissertation in 1992, in which she statistically analyzed the Yamna graves in Ukraine. She aimed to establish a relative chronology by correlating stratigraphic information and the elements of the grave construction, the placement of the burial inside the mound, and the grave goods. To do so, she developed a particular statistical method. Unfortunately, this work was also never published. She divided the area under study into 12 regions, with the Dnipro River to be a clear boundary. She was able to distinguish up to 9 chronological groups for each individual region, which could be summarized into 3 periods. And here I just give you an overview of the characteristics of the first period, the second period, and the third period. And again, you see it's mainly the position of the dead, the grave primary burial, or so the placement in the mound, primary burial, or secondary burial, use of ochre, etc. And as an example, I show you 2 graves, a primary grave found in the lower Dnipro region in Krugla and Magila, not far away from the town Nikopol at the Dnipro. So primary grave, and again you find here some additional information about this grave, and a secondary grave, number 1 in this burial mound, covered with stone slabs, and the orientation of the dead, information about sprinkling with ochre, and as you can see, not all of the chronological criteria which apply to periods 1 and 2 and 3 are really can be found are present in both of the graves, which is not unusual. So Nikolova was able to describe gradual changes within the Yamnaya relative chronology. Stefano Palladidis submitted his PhD thesis at the Freie Universität of Berlin in 2022. He examined a total of 5,704 graves with more than 6,000 individuals from the entire distribution area of the Yamnaya cultural complex, chronologically and chronologically. Yes, you see the map of the kurgans or the site he evaluated, and here just an overview of his regional map or grouping. The work will be published soon. Dennis Topal is about to present important results of the work in a joint and in the following lecture. I would therefore just like to emphasize here that the multivariate statistical approach that Stefano has carried out has confirmed the chronological sequence of certain elements of the burials, as Alla Nikolova was also able to work out. In the early phase of the Yamna culture, primary graves were created more frequently, the dead were laid on their backs, and ochre was used intensively. Also, differences in the orientation can be found. And in the later phases, the use of ochre decreases significantly, and the dead were mainly buried laying on their sides in secondary graves. So it seems that the Yamnaya cultural complex can be described by very uniform burial rites. The dead are usually buried in individual graves in burial mounds. The number of burial with containing 2 or more individuals is very low in the entire steppe, and probably also in southeastern Europe. We will see that in the following lectures. The graves can be ordered chronologically, even if deviations can be observed. The regional differences become clear above all on the basis of certain types of grave goods. The pottery seems to differ most clearly from every region, from each region to the next. Personal ornaments, like already discussed, spiral ranks are found above all in the northwest Black Sea region and also in the graves in the Balkans. And they are also found in the Kuban region. Others, like hammerhead pins, were regularly found in the burials of the northwestern Caspian region and in those between Sazan, Bug, and Dnipro. Bronze plaques, such as those shown here, were also found sporadically in other regions, especially along the Dnipro, but are typical for the entire pre-Caucasian region. Here, and especially in the Kuban region, wagons built a part of the equipment of graves and grave mounds. The furnishing and other construction elements of the graves and grave mounds was an issue which received too little attention for a long time and is therefore often not sufficiently described in the excavation reports. For two graves from a burial mound near the town of Kirovograd in central Ukraine, I will show you some examples. So Alla Nikolova, together with Sergei Razumov, presented reconstructions for these two graves. So this is grave 2. And here you can see 3 layers of a covering of the grave, the post, which used to be in the graves and probably fixing the first covering, and the bedding of the deceased on a frame construction, and of course 4 wooden wheels. Stefano Palalides also took such elements of furnishing into account in his analysis, focusing primarily on chronological and spatial issues. He achieved highly interesting results. I don't want to preempt the use of specific elements in the grave equipment because I think it will be... I don't want to preempt the following lecture or the publication of the PhD thesis of Stefano, but I see the use of specific elements in the grave equipment as an expression of social differences. Apart from wooden wheels, there are no significant grave goods in such burials, like, for example, in this grave 5, or here grave 20, which you can see as the dead is buried on a wheel. A second wheel is found on the covering, and on the covering there's also a dugout. Also, it becomes more and more clear that some of the graves were opened after a while. Stefano Palalides has determined proportions of up to 5% in individual regions where the skeletons shows disarticulated bones. In addition, there are graves in which only skulls were buried, or, as shown on a previous slide, only the postcranial skeleton was found. Cenotaphs have also been recorded, for example, this one. All this indicates that at least for parts of the Yamna cultural complex, a multi-stage burial ritual can be assumed, and it cannot be excluded that when reopening the graves, some objects were removed. So far, I have focused on the level of graves and the burial mounds. Marina Daragan has carried out GIS analysis for the burial mounds west of the city of Nikopol. During the Yamnaya culture, the area was covered by burial mounds. The number of burial mounds increased significantly. You can see this on this slide when you are sitting quite in front of the screen. And here you just see the number of kurgans which Marina Daragan monitored. So numerous kurgans were built in which up to 10 or more burials were placed over time, at least in this region. The burial mounds thus gradually became larger and larger. If you judge on the basis of the cemeteries, large parts of the steppe were exploited during this period. However, it is also clear that this is a gradual process. Only around 5% of the burial mounds were built in the first period of the Yamnaya culture. Here I again refer to the relative chronology of Alla Nikolova. All the others followed in the 2 subsequent periods, which encompasses around 500 years. It is now time to take a brief look at absolute chronology. Although more than 300 radiocarbon dates exist, there are still some problematic issues due to the lack of stratigraphical information or grave context, high standard deviations, etc. At the moment, I'm using the model of Dragos Diaconescu, already mentioned in previous lectures, who proposed the following phases for the early Bronze Age using Bayesian modeling. So phase 4, according to Diaconescu, who was working in Banat, South and Transylvania, so early Yamnaya dating to 3100, 2900, developed Yamnaya 2900 to 2600, and late Yamna, which is synchronous with early catacomb culture, 2750 to 2300 Cal BC. Meanwhile, further series of radiocarbon dates and their modeling using stratigraphic information confirm the proposed grouping do exist, and they are increasing. But the situation is more complex. Yuri Rasamakin presented one of the first models of radiocarbon dates for a burial mound 24 at Vinohradny at the Molochnaya River, not far from the city of Melitopol. The stratigraphy of this burial mound is complex. In phase 6, that is here, grave 15, was assigned to the early catacomb grave, and you cannot see here. And under the same layer, or with the same layer, were erected the Yamnaya graves 18 and 25. Phase 7 of the burial mound construction is assigned to only 2 Yamnaya graves, and the next one, the last one, refers to the early catacomb grave 22. The absolute dating fits very well with the model proposed by Diaconescu. In this burial mound, however, there is evidence that the early catacomb and Yamnaya cultures coexisted. These parallel occurrences of different grave constructions have been described above all for the eastern regions, such as along the Kuban or the lower course of the Don. If concrete figures are given, as I show you here, for example, for the Kuban region, where the Yamnaya graves make up only a small part of the of Yamnaya graves, but Novotitorovka culture graves really do prevail here. In the more or less neighboring region, investigated by Natalia Shishlyna, so northwestern Caspian region, there the ratio of Yamnaya graves to early catacomb graves is about 4 to 1 only. So here Yamnaya do prevail. In contrast to many kurgans on the lower Dnipro, the mounds in the northwest Caspian region have not grown into impressive monuments over time. So this is the absolute chronology given by Natalia Shishlyna. And here I show you just one short stratigraphical sequence given by Natalia Shishlyna of a kurgan with at least a more complex stratigraphy. In contrast, large burial mounds are known from the adjacent pre-Caucasian or North Caucasian steppe to the southwest of the area just mentioned. In the last years, Sabine Reinhold and her colleagues published Kurgan 21 from Rashchevatsky 1 cemetery. I'm only showing one of the 3 Yamnaya tombs here. It's over there. Many other graves, so of North Caucasian culture, of Novotivtorovsk culture, and also of early catacomb culture, are often very well furnished and equipped, and as I said, assigned to other archaeological cultures than Yamnaya culture. Archaeologists have described graves not only in southern Russia, but also in the Ural region and in various regions of Ukraine, which differ in certain elements from the construction and the burial rites typical of the Yamna culture. Natalia Shishina has labeled them as multicultural, for example. Other researchers speak of hybrid groups. These graves are not only found at the edge of the Yamna culture's area of distribution. They are usually seen as the influence of other groups. For large region areas of distribution of Yamna culture, the interaction with other groups is thus clear, leading to significant changes, at least at the level of the burial mounds. These changes are rarely taken into account in cross-regional comparisons, as they are limited to the graves of a particular archaeological culture. These contact situations, however they may be described, economically, socially, etc., take place on a different spatial scale than the processes just considered in the super-regional comparison of the Yamna cultural burial practices. However, it can be assumed they also had a considerable influence on Yamna culture and seem to be the continuation of different traditions, as Sabine Reinhold showed us in the first slide for the Northern Caucasus region. I will now turn to the settlements that give us information on a micro-regional level. So far, only a few have been archaeologically excavated. Even in areas such as along the Seversky Donets, please look at this map, where Sergei Sanjarov has carried out intensive and extensive surveys. Only a few sites, they are given here in yellow, with Yamnaya materials have come up to light. Most of them date to the Middle Bronze Age. During the surveys and excavations that took place in the run-up of the construction of hydroelectric power stations on the Dnipro, here, sites with Yamnaya pottery were documented more frequently. For four settlements, I can provide you more information. So, for example, Skelia Kamenolomia was excavated with 3 trenches by Danilenko and Shaposhnikova in 1940 and in the early 50 years. So about 2,000 square meters were excavated, several trenches, and very important is here this trench where a wall built of dry bricks of dry stone was recovered. Only some fragments of the ceramic are still preserved. And a dwelling which was no sketch, no drawing does exist, was recovered. The next settlement, Dornia Skelia, is situated here. So here's nowadays the city of Zaporizhia. And it was investigated by Dobrovolsky, and more than 1,400 square meters were excavated. The finds were located in a layer of earth overlying the rock. No features of dwellings or pits were uncovered in this time. More than 16,000 ceramic sherds were recorded by Dobrovolsky, and also a large number of animal bones. Only few of the ceramic material is still preserved in the National Museum of History in Kiev. The best known settlement is certainly Mikhailovka, which is located south of the Kakhovka Dam and was excavated in the 50s. 3 layers have been described. The material from the 3rd layer was attributed to the Yamna culture. During this period, the settlement extended on 2 plateaus close to the river, 2 sunken houses, and several stone foundations have been documented, and again a dry stone wall has been found. The pottery material has been archived very selectively and is no longer possible to can be assigned to particular features or layers. Therefore, only a general classification based on typological characteristics of the Yamna culture is possible here and was published by Lagodovskaya, Shaposhnikova, and others. Recent excavations are carried out by Oleg Tuboltsov on the site Generalka 2 on the island Chortytsa, part of the city Zaporizhia. The site is situated here. This site differs from the others in that there are numerous ditches are found, which obviously enclose an inner area. The ditches are not deep, 40 to 60 centimeters from bottom surface, and numerous fragments of pottery and animal bones were found. The remains of 2 houses or dwellings were recovered from the inner area during the most recent excavations and cannot be are still not be published. So, as many finds from the settlement excavations are not preserved anymore, or at least only few fragments can be found, the animal bones found at 7 settlements present the most important material. They show a clearly high percentage of cattle, with sheep and goats apparently complementing them. In his PhD thesis at the Freie Universität, Martin Riesenberg compared the archaeological materials from settlements in the Eastern European steppe to a multivariate approach. The other livestock species are analyzed in relation here to cattle with this approach. And Yamna culture you see here, so for material for settlements. And the results show that the diversity of other animals in the Yamna culture decrease significantly. The next slide shows the results of the potential mobility approach developed by Martin Riesenberg in his PhD. These statistical calculations are based on the fact that horses are highly mobile, whereas cattle are less so. Sheep and goats, on the other hand, are potentially more mobile than pigs. These calculations were carried out using a formula developed by Martin Riesenberg and shows the relative ratio between potentially more and less mobile species. Very high values for both indices, larger than 0.5, could be interpreted as higher potential mobility. In the early and middle Bronze Age, the indices for small livestock are quite high, as you can see, and those for large livestock decrease in comparison to the Neolithic time. This could be an indication of an overall low mobility which depended on small livestock in early Bronze Age and Middle Bronze Age. 19 teeth of ruminants were sampled for carbon, oxygen, and strontium isotopes, mostly cattle. To determine the seasonal mobility of these animals, each tooth was sampled twice for strontium isotopes using the information of oxygen values, which represents summer and winter time. The strontium isotope values, which I show you here, of all cattle teeth fall within the very broad local range. Nevertheless, almost the half of the teeth samples show variability, significant variability within the local range. For example, this one, or this one. It is quite possible that the animals on the Chortytsa Islands have been grazed at different locations, possibly even over certain distances along the Dnipro rapids. Movement over large areas are unlikely due to the high potential mobility index of sheep and goats and the mobility index of cattle. It is interesting to note that the strontium values for sheep and goat are in the upper range of the local framework, but do not show large deviations in the strontium signals for winter and summer. To summarize the information given so far, the Yamna graves between the Urals and the Balkan Carpathian Basin show the following common features. So you already know oval and rectangular pits. Primary graves are covered with a mound. Secondary graves were dug into an already existing mound. The deceased were buried in crouched position. Ochre was used. Only a part of the buried got graves good. Most of the characteristics mentioned are also time dependent. Also, the relative chronological sequence seems to depend on regional factors. Overall, spatial aspects can be identified at different scales, in addition to the similarities mentioned, which apply to the graves in the entire distribution area and which cannot be divided into east and west. The burials in different regions differ in the types of objects that were given to the dead. Certain grave goods and the additional elements in the grave constructions are typical of several regional groups, and these groups are sometimes far apart, as shown for the spiral rings and so on. This also applies to wagons and the wheels, which are not evenly distributed across the distribution area. Wagons are also objects that are associated with other archaeological cultures, the Novo-Titorovskaya or North Caucasian culture. In southern Russia, intensive interactions with other groups are evident, and it is possible that wagons are an expression of social differences. The settlements refer to a local or micro-regional level. I understand the small number of settlements together with the strontium results and the calculation of the potential mobility index as presented by Martin Riesenberg as an indication of rather small-scale mobility. At the moment, it is not possible to describe the seasonal movements of the pastoralists in the early Bronze Age more concretely. How this very heterogeneous information can be combined into a single picture? Is this even possible, given that a wide range of factors was playing a role over a vast territory, and that data is primarily available from graves? I consider the concept of non-uniform institutional alignments proposed by Michael Fracchetti to be helpful. Fracchetti proposed it for the entire Eurasian steppe in prehistory, and I think it applies well to the third millennium in Western Eurasia. Very schematically, I tried to combine the information which we have here using this concept of Fracchetti. So the universal characteristics of the Yamna graves, such as grave mounds, crouch position, etc., belong to the sphere of religion and ideology, and were accepted by the numerous communities between the Urals and the Balkans. However, the communities differed, for example, in their political and economic organization, which might be expressed in the personal ornaments that distinguished certain groups of people or just stand for various identities. The exchange and perhaps also the control of goods and ideas connected certain communities with each others. The wagons can be seen as an expression of social positions, but at the same time they represent a technology known and used between individual groups. All communities practiced the same subsistence economy, specialized cattle breeding. However, the still relatively high proportion of sheep and goat resulted in small-scale mobility, which presumably meant that many pastoralists only maintained and direct exchange with immediate neighbors within a small radius. There is much to suggest that there was no Yamna wide web in this time, but that various non-uniform alignments in different spheres found their expression in the graves. They also make it difficult to make a geographical distinction between as East and West, and perhaps this is not even necessary after what has been said. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you for your talk, and we have a little bit time for questions. Sabine.
Sabine Reinhold. Thank you for this overview of the Yamnaya phenomenon, which we maybe then should call a phenomenon and not a culture. If this large area shares the religion, ideology, economy, and so on, but is small scale in its own local thing, how do you think they manage to communicate? What links them together, or where do they meet?
That's a very good question, of course, and I expected this question. What I want to show here is that there's only this funerary rite which links them at a certain level. The communication between those who, for example, shared these personal ornaments, and we just discussed that spiral rings might represent older traditions, even here in the eastern area. Was it linked with the Kuban region at all? I don't know. Or is it just by accident? And here it might be that really technology, the knowledge of technology, perhaps a knowledge of elite played a role, and that they communicated across larger distances. But this is something which I'm struggling, I don't know, since many years with this question. What I wanted to show here mainly is that we are really differing. We are really dealing with different scales here and different spheres.
More questions? Yeah. Yes.
To say I know, my name is Johansen from Aarhus. Thanks for this always very interesting paper, Elke. With a question about the scale that also Sabine. I think it's low on battery, perhaps, but I'll try to speak up. So I think we have a problem with the size of our maps. Yeah. When thinking about our what is scale, what is local. If you come from a northwestern European context, and you think about, for instance, a medieval village,
yeah,
where you have infield, outfield, that's a local system.
Yep.
So I'm wondering, what is the distance between your different local units here on this?
Yeah, this is really very schematic. So.
Yeah. But just to say that only their immediate neighbors. So
yeah.
We're looking at a distance of hundreds and hundreds of kilometers here, and the size of our map. So our conception of what is local and the degree of interaction and the degree of mobility can easily become influenced by us starting out from these very large scale foci. So it's just it's not a critique of anything you said. It's just that I think that conceptually I struggle a little bit with these notions of local scale and larger scale that we often, including myself, tend to start out from this very large scale perspective when we look at we discuss phenomena such as Yamna, etc.
I completely agree with you, but what I'm just warning that we expect the whole package Fracchetti showed here with different institutional profiles to be represented everywhere in every grave, or that it might build the background of every grave of the Yamna, so-called Yamna culture or cultural phenomenon, as you ever want to call it.
Okay. It works better. Yeah, okay, it's working. So, of course, my name is David Anthony. And as you know, of course, I disagree with many of the things that you're saying. But the central thing, is generalizing that the entire area is dependent on cattle pastoralism, because you're generalizing from Mikhailovka and a couple of sites on the Dnieper. It doesn't apply to the Volga. And also, their contemporary sites, Repin with 80% horse bones, Usatovo with 70% sheep bones.
I was concentrating only on Yamna, yeah?
Repin is early Yamnaya. And so Repin is a proto-Yamnaya, early Yamnaya.
It's fourth millennium BC, which Magunova showed now very well, even relying on the settlement, Toganic, which she excavated, and the main material is Repin culture, and her sea-footing dates, they all fall only within the range of 4th century. Well, 4th millennium, and so...
So all of the radiocarbon dates from Mikhailovka II, which are early Yamnaya, proto-Yamnaya, are also 4th millennium dates. Dates from Usatovo are 4th millennium dates. We have early 4th millennium dates for Yamnaya sites in many places across the steppes. So we can't eliminate Yamnaya sites just because they're late 4th millennium. There is a very early phase of Yamnaya that's well documented in more than 50 graves that have late 4th millennium dates. But the main thing is that if we ignore Repin, which is contemporary with Mikhailovka II, and if we ignore Usatovo, which is contemporary with Mikhailovka II, then we can say that it's cattle pastoralism because it's only Mikhailovka II, which is dominant cattle. But Repin is not dominant cattle, and Usatovo is not dominant cattle, and on the Volga there are no settlements. So we don't really know what the dominant economy was. I'm just saying we have to question a little bit the extension of Mikhailovka to all of the rest of the Yamnaya economy.
There were 3 further settlements, which all date to Yamnaya proper, as I put, and I was not able to include also Usatovo, Repin, and so on. But you're completely right. We do not know the settlements of the 3rd millennium, of the early 3rd millennium. We do not know in the East at all.
Okay, thank you. And next speaker is Dennis Topal, and his talk is given together with Stefano Panalidis, and it's about Yamnaya funerary trends and socio-economic dynamics in the East and West. Please.
But I don't see. Yeah. So, hello. Thank you for having me here. I'm really happy to be here. Stefano is not, unfortunately, but he sends us greetings from Iraqi Kurdistan, and I hope he is following the presentation online, and hope after this presentation he will not exclude me from his friends list, because we were trying to combine different ideas, different observations, different ideas, for instance, Italian idea of 15 minutes and Moldavian one, so it's quite different phenomena, I would say. And the main thing we try to combine the data, our observations. So our data sets coming from 2 large collections of Yamnaya graves, sampling of 5,700 of burials coming from 1,900 of kurgans, compiled by Stefano for the entire Yamnaya area. and Yamna graves, a complete collection of Yamna graves from the territory between Dniester, Prut, and Danube rivers, counting 2,700 burials coming from 400 and something kurgans, compiled by me. The first, the lecture, it's a sort of challenge, and it consists of two parts. First one was made by Stefano, but will be presented by me. The first assemblage comes from, the first assemblage was analyzed in Stefano's PhD thesis, soon to be published, we all hope. And about from his doctoral dissertation to investigate the difference in the Yamna burial customs, composition of grave goods, demographic structure, and the absolute chronology. So, yes. And the next step from this to use this observed difference in multivariate statistical approach to model regional groups and chronological phases and provide a better frame for the study of the Yamna horizon. Some of the analysis yielded results whose interpretation is not exclusively restricted to the funerary sphere, but could instead be the reflection of other aspects of the Yamna cultural horizon, such as economic system and social organization. The first of these instances presented itself quite soon, while some heterogeneity in the distribution of graves and kurgans of the Yamna territory was investigated. This map shows the median number of Yamna graves per kurgan in the 16 studied regions. The central area with epicenter in the southern Buk region has the highest median number of burials per mound, with 6 Yamna graves per kurgan. The number of graves per mound decreases the further away we move from this area. And it even reaches 1 Yamna burial per mound in the farthest regions. So it's possible to observe a center-periphery pattern with higher values in the central and western regions of Yamna territory and lower values in the western and especially eastern periphery. Translating this information into archaeological terms, we observed that in the periphery, such as Tisa, Volga, Ural, Lower Volga, and Don, it is more common for a kurgan to be erected above a single Yamna grave and never used again during the Yamna period. Subsequent inhumations would require the construction of new kurgan, which in most cases would also house a single grave. On the other hand, in central and slightly western regions such as southern Buk, Dniester, lower Dnieper, and Crimea, it is much more common for kurgans to be used for several subsequent inhumations during the Yamna period. More graves per mound might equate with the larger population living and being subsequently buried in this area. Since it's commonly believed that the individuals buried in kurgans were given special funerary treatment and represented just an undefined fraction of the entire population that was instead disposed of differently, it seems unlikely to provide reliable population estimates based solely on the materials coming from these kurgans. Possibly the best fitting model for this phenomenon used by Stefano was proposed by Professor David Anthony in his book The Horse, the Wheel and Language, where he postulates two mobility and economic systems observed east and west of the Don. The area around the lower Dnieper is described as characterized by a lower mobility of the Yamna groups, practicing a mixed agricultural stock breeding economy. with a life centered around permanent settlements. It's assumed that the herders did not venture deep into the steppe, and this is evidenced by kurgan cemeteries being located just between 1 and 3 kilometers from the main river basins. In a scenario with a limited range of mobility gravitating around settlements, it seems reasonable for the communities to use the same cemeteries for extended periods of time, since they were always within reach. So conversely, the steppes east of the Don are characterized by higher mobility of the Yamna groups, relying entirely on a pastoral economy and possibly constantly moving even during winter. The herd's range of movement in this area is probably wider, and kurgan cemeteries are often located deep into the open steppe. And in this scenario, after the initial erection of a burial mound, the community might not return to the same pastures for several months, if not years, and subsequent funerals would have to be held in different locations with the construction of new kurgans. A central aspect of the common narrative on the Yamna cultural horizon is strongly male-centered society, evidenced by the predominance of adult male individuals in the graves. The skeletal assemblages collected over the decades are strongly affected by a research gap, the low number of examinations conducted by physical anthropologists on the materials. According to Stefano's statistics, we have only 17% or 1,000 and something of the 6,000 of individuals included in his database have their age at death described by an age interval, for example, 25, 30 years, while sex determinations are available only for 21% or 1,200 of the individuals included in the database. To be honest, for my own area, this figure is even less. So we are working with the very partial data, and throughout re-examination of the Yamna skeletal assemblages, if still stored in the collections, would be highly beneficial. So the sex ratio can be calculated for the individuals with the determined sex. The human sex ratio is calculated as the number of males divided by the number of female individuals in a population, and at birth is slightly based on favor of males with an average value of 1.05. In the Yamna horizon, the sex ratio based on the available data is strongly biased in favor of males, with the males to females ratio of 2.23, or a male proportion of 69, approximately 2 males buried in kurgans for each woman. Of course, this data is representative only of the individuals who were given burial in kurgans and not of the entire population, whose sex ratio at birth must have been close to 1.05. Higher male ratios are observed in the west of the Yamna territory, in particular in the Middle Dnieper and Prut, where up to 80% of sex individuals are males. In comparison, the east presents generally lower ratios, with the Manech River exhibiting the lower value of sort of 60% of sexed males. So the difference from the natural human sex ratio is statistically significant and seems to suggest a picture well based on Gimbutas' view on male-centered Yamna society. However, well-documented bias on the anthropological sex estimation of skeletal assemblages is responsible for the significant overrepresentation of adult males. This bias in favor of males was estimated between 10 and 15%, with an average of 12. So the high proportion of males over female in Yamna graves is therefore plausibly overestimated, and the reassessment of the sex attribution would probably reduce the difference in proportions to some extent, even though the sex ratio would still likely favor males. So, although The Yamna society can probably be described on the basis of the data presented above as male-centered. It is nonetheless worthy to highlight the presence of several female single inhumation primary graves. Primary graves are the first burials in a kurgan and the first over which the mound was erected. The activity requires a considerable effort and time, and the occupants of primary graves are thus often seen as individuals attaining a high status in the society. Women buried alone in primary graves probably held a high status themselves, and not because of their association with strong men, as it can be proposed for couple or collective inhumations. The frequency of occurrence of female single inhumation primary graves is always lower than the frequency of male primary graves, and generally follows the trend described on the previous slide. Anyway, within the entire Yamna horizon, at least 109 primary graves, or 6%, were built for women alone, probably holding a high status in the society, and this piece of information should also be taken into consideration when discussing the patriarchal nature of the Yamna communities. And the last topic Stefano would like to discuss and to touch upon is the direct and indirect evidence of interpersonal violence within the Yamna cultural horizon. Traumatic injuries were documented by anthropological examination on 51 individuals in the database, so it's less than 1% of the data set. The bar chart shows the frequency distribution sorted by region and ordered from west to east, and though frequency is too low to have statistical relevance, so it's 0.37 till 2%, it is possible to observe higher frequencies in the east than in the west, where traumas are mostly documented on the skull and the chest area and include few trepanations, appear to be post-traumatic surgery. Projectile wounds were recorded in 17 individuals, 14 times in the chest or back area, twice in the pelvis area, and once on the skull. In this chart line, you can see the relative frequency of the main grave goods categories found in Yamna graves sorted by region and ordered from west to east. The frequency of occurrence of weapons is highlighted in blue. It appears evident that weapons are found very rarely in Yamna graves, in less than 5% of them, in most regions, with only 2 peaks at 12 or 15% in the eastern regions of the Donetsk and Volga-Ural region. In the western periphery, that is the contact zone with local farmer societies of the Danube Basin and the Carpathians, the frequency of weapons is at its lowest, barely above 1%, and the general tendency shown from the chart indicates a slight but steady increase in frequency as we move from west to east. So the most common weapons found in Yamna graves are tiny metal daggers, followed by flint arrowheads and stone and metal axe heads, while other types of weapons are much less frequently documented. All metal daggers are generally counted as weapons in the literature, yet some scholars have posed the key questions of defining whether a dagger is a weapon or just a tool. Some use a very pragmatic approach in considering only daggers with the blade equal to or longer than 15 centimeters as weapons. Still, this solution must consider the extreme transformation of a blade undergoes after subsequent resharpening. A clear example is the dagger on the top left, which was resharpened so many times that the handle ended up longer than the blade. I'm trying to solve this issue, Stefano tries, of course, rather than solving it, but we must mention that the counting was made using the common approach of considering every metal dagger as a weapon or a former one. Thus, the values shown here are probably overestimated, and the real frequency of weapons in Yamna graves is most likely even lower. So the combination of the low evidence for traumatic injuries with the shallow frequency of occurrence of weaponry in Yamna inventories is in sharp contrast with the violent image of the Yamna culture presented in the distant or closer past. The archaeological evidence presented here speaks a scarcely militarized society, or at least a society not expressing a strong military ideology with few signs of interpersonal violence. The archaeological record only partially reflects the Yamna society, and new data could easily overturn this interpretation. Yet, the evidence currently available needs to provide a solid basis for the postulation of a violent community. And now let's go from this general picture to the local features I'm responsible for. My research area is northwestern Black Sea region, and is the westernmost periphery of the Pontic-Caspian steppe, part of the northwestern coast of the Black Sea, surrounded by the Carpathian Mountains, the Danube, and the Black Sea. Therefore, in different periods, this area was treated like a frontier or a sort of contact zone, which has led to it becoming a real archaeological Eldorado, taking into account the number of barrows. So, according to my calculation using various satellite images carried out for the National Agency of Archaeology of Moldova, there are almost 11,000 of burial mounds on the territory of the Dniester-Prut, between Dniester-Prut and Danube rivers, of which about 6,300 are in Moldova and 4,400 in the Ukrainian part. At least 1,300 of barrows containing at least 6,300 barrels were excavated between the Dniester and Prut rivers. So the degree of exploration combined with the distribution density of the kurgans gives an idea of the most promising regions for the future research, or in my case, the districts that could distort the general picture. Most likely, the construction of the burial mounds in the northwestern Black Sea region appeared at the latest in the second quarter of 4th millennium BC and continues until the 18th century AD. And it is easy to see that the construction of burial mounds covers two main chronological sequences. Most of the burial mounds were erected in the late Neolithic, early Bronze Age, and another peak of the barrow construction activity is connected with the early Iron Age and Roman period. It should be noted that the burial mound activity in these periods is significantly lower compared to the early Bronze Age, and among the barrows only 63% were introduced for the Moldavian part and only 54% from the Odessa region of Ukraine. So 134 tumuli, or 10%, belong to the late Neolithic and early Bronze Age, before the appearance of Yamna communities or pre-Yamna barrows, and 460 or 35% belong to the Yamna culture. Anyway, the main feature of Yamna culture is in this region is the largest number of burial mounds, secondary burials, and rearrangements. So Yamna communities are champions in all these activities. For example, there are 3 times more burial mounds than compared with the previous period, 9 times more mound rearrangements, and almost 11 times more burials in the Yamna period compared to the previous pre-Yamna phase. This feature is complemented by the wide territorial distribution, which includes the steppe and forest steppe region. In the northwestern Black Sea region, the highest concentration of Yamna barrows is located between the Dniester and Prut rivers, mainly in the south, in the steppe part. The number of barrels in the neighboring areas on the right bank of the Prut and Danube rivers and on the left bank of the Dniester is almost 7 times less. Anyway, on the left bank of the Dniester, the concentration of secondary barrels is greater. Of course, Yamna barrel mounds are also found in the west, on the territory of Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, and Serbia. However, between the Dniester and the Prut, there are almost 1.5 times as many Yamna barrels as in the areas to the west of Prut, and there are twice as many barrels. The average number of the Yamna barrels in the barrels of this region generally coincides with Stefanos' observations. So there is an average of 4.4 barrels per mount, but this figure varies from one local group to another, within 3.3 in the northwest in the Middle Prut and 5.7 in the Pontic area. So, in a certain way, both the construction of the barrels and their size are based on a pragmatic view. For example, ledges are associated with secondary barrels without exception, probably to cover them more easily with wood or stone. Pragmatism reveals a distribution of double and collective barrels associated on average with large series of both the chamber and the ledge. Yes, but it's not just that. For instance, unfortunately, we have data on anthropology only within 290 cases, so it's about 10%, so it's lower than, according to Stefano observation for the whole Yamna area. And not all of them were carried out by professional physical anthropologists. However, of these, 160 are male, 113 are female, so the proportion is 55 to 45%. As for the primary burials, there are 25 male burials, while the female ones are 19, so it's the same proportion. There is no need to talk about a sharp predominance of the male primary graves, although this may be a sampling issue, of course. The rearrangements are associated with another 13 male burials and only 4 female. So there is a much greater disproportion between the central burials of adults, which are 86%, and children with adolescents. So the dimensions of the chambers for women and men are generally similar, with much more significant difference between children and adults. Despite the abundance of burial mounds and graves, unfortunately, Yamna is characterized by very modest grave goods. In less than 1/3, or 826 graves from 1,868, or 30%, are presented the grave goods. And now I would like to look at 3 different patterns in order of their prevalence. So the first, the most democratic one, consists of the pottery, known in 347 cases, or 13% of all sampling. And we are dealing with almost 400 intact vessels and 90 cases of presence of fragments of pottery in the graves. And let's talk about any radical difference between the Dniester-Prut region from both of west and east. And it's the main difference of the region I'm dealing with is the diversity of the types and forms and of pottery and various imports. Barrels with pottery were arranged in pits of various size, with a very high percentage of barrels of children and adolescents, so it's about a quarter of all sample, and this figure is much higher than the adult graves with pottery, so adult graves are about 11%. Another pattern is ornaments, a less democratic one. and is connected with the ornaments found in 166 burials, or 6% of all cases, or 20% of cases of graves with grave goods. And among them are various pendants made of animal teeth and metal. But the most common type, of course, it's spiral temple ring or spiral hair ring. So we have 78 cases, and most of them are made of silver. Only 17 are made of bronze or copper, and 4 were made of gold. Some of the types of vessels and ornaments also show the geographical differences. So, for example, so-called bujak situla and composite bracelets made of copper, as opposed to Yamna amphora and spiral rings, which are everywhere, are found only in the southern or steppe part of the region. So, weapons, without exception, are an element of the adult subculture. This is also noticeable in the size of the burial pits, but there is one big issue with that kind of grave goods. It is a real bizarre element of the funeral rite. For instance, flint arrowheads, with some rare exceptions, are found in a single quantity in a grave. And as a rule are found near human bones, among human bones, or inside human bones, and often are damaged. So, and the assumption is that these flint arrowheads are not part of grave goods or offerings. They could serve as a cause of death. Daggers, which make up more than half of all weapons in Yamna culture, judging by Stefano dataset, are extremely rare in my region. I would say that there is another significant difference between the Yamna culture of the region and that of both of West and the East. So if pottery is a feature of our region, so the weaponry is a sort of bug. The configuration of these patterns should be somehow explained, and I think this presentation is a sort of beginning of beautiful friendship, if I may cite the Casablanca movie. So, and I believe that combining a large-scale picture of the Yamna development or Yamna distribution with the regional detailing is crucial for us. And suppose we wish to understand the influence of the Yamna communities or Yamna impact, if I could use your trademark, on European prehistory. In that case, we need to know how the cultural landscape of the northwestern Pontic region or its steppe springboard was shaped. Thank you very much. Sorry for running out of time. Köszönöm nagyon.
Thank you very much, and I think we have time enough for some questions, short questions.
Really?
I think it's really a good job of Stefano and you to make accessible the data for so many graves, and also for everybody who knows Yamnaya maybe only from the genetics or so. Yeah. Yeah, it's important to understand it much better.
Hi, I'm Anna Thornberg. Thank you for a nice presentation. I was wondering about the tanged arrowheads that you showed a picture of. Were they also flint arrowheads?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, because it looks like bone from here, but they are flint as well.
Yes.
But
bone arrowheads on the top and the flint arrowheads.
Okay, yeah, so they're
bottom.
bone arrowheads. Do you have any sort of, how are they positioned in the graves? Are they associated with any of the sort of embedded?
Okay, so these bone arrowheads are the exception. So because the bone arrowheads are extremely rare in Yamna graves, the first one was found in the mound, not in the grave, and the three were making a sort of set in a grave, so they were really distant from the human corpse. So, but what is about the flint arrowheads? They are usually documented near the body.
Hi, my name is Guus Kronen. I was struck by one of your figures about the Kurgan density of the Yamnaya. I don't know if you noticed the new genetics paper on the Yamnaya origins, and this happened to be the genetic epicenter of the Yamnaya population. Is this some kind of, could there be a correlation, and was this area somehow some kind of demographic powerhouse? Or?
That's my pain, actually, because actually, yeah, that would be great to have all these individuals accessible for the genetic studies, but unfortunately, okay, in the collection of our museum, where I'm an employee, unfortunately, so to the last calculations, we have sort of 200 individuals preserved in the collection from more than 1,000. So. That's the result of moving a lot of collections. So when they arrive to our museum, National Museum of History of Moldova, so they've been moving, I don't know, 4 or even 5 times. So that's our pain. But we are making some steps to collaborate with these geneticians, for instance, with Professor Elke Kaiser and Sven Hansen. So we are making some efforts to use this data as well. But unfortunately, the data are really poor.
Okay, one question, and then we go to the coffee break.
Thank you. Marzena Schmidt. I would like to ask you, Denis, how many primary female graves you have in your... informed only about 6% of female primary graves in the whole, in his database and in your region.
We are more feminist, so we have 55% of male graves and 45 female.
But primary.
Primary, yeah. Okay. For the first mound, yes. So.
Okay, thank you very much, and we meet again here at 4:15. starting with the first paper of the afternoon from Bianca Breda-Balanica and Jens Blöcher, Ancestry and Identity in the Balkans and the Carpathian Basin in the 4th and 3rd millennia BC. And it's your floor, and start when people are sitting.
Hi everyone. Not before, okay. I still wait. Hi everyone, nice to see you here. I am very happy about the papers that have been presented earlier because I will base a lot of my ideas on them. So you already kind of have a background knowledge of what I am supposed to say. I'm also very happy that I made it here because yesterday I talked with Volker on the phone when I was in airport in Helsinki, no plane for me. And Volker said, I will give you a presentation if you don't come. And I would have loved that because all the slides are pink, and I would have loved him to see giving a lecture with pink slides. But happily, I made it, so he is spare of that. So ancestry and identity in the Balkans and the Carpathian Basin, and given how eager people were to talk about identity in the morning, I'm already freaking out, so bear with me here. Let's see if we find any solution to our archaeological problems. How did this start? It started basically with me chasing genetic papers. Every time there was a new genetic paper, I was, okay, let's see what individuals, from where, how do they look? And my reactions were, okay, or, okay, it makes sense, interesting, intriguing. So from all these reactions to how the samples, the individuals were looking, and the ancestry, I said, okay, maybe we can go a bit deeper into that. And we have made a small article together with Johan Digman from Mainz. And we have studied this area of the Balkans and the Carpathian Basin. We took all the samples from 5,000 to 2,500 BC, from mounds and flat graves. So all this comes from published genetic data. We had a total sample of 97. More of them for the earlier period, but here we are interested in the period between 3,500 to 2,500. Here we only had 36 samples, and we aimed to investigate the relationship between genetic ancestry of individuals and the burial practices performed at their death. And here, from the very beginning, we have the problem of labeling. But what we have found out is that basically that the relation between genetic ancestry of individuals and their identity as expressed in burial practices should not be assumed, but rather investigated on a case-by-case basis. And we had a very simple approach for that study because we only had 36 samples for 1,000 years and for a huge area. So we had a very gross oversimplification, don't do it, approach of okay, everything that is in a mound, we call it Pontic-Caspian steppe burial practices, right? Because we have this practice of building burial mounds coming from the steppe in this period, and the rest, what is flat graves in all these various cultures and countries, we call them Balkan Carpathian Basin specific. If you want local and foreign, but we have tried to escape these terms because they are very, very loaded. So we have defined two groups based on burial practices, and already with a small number of samples, we have seen that, okay, we have individuals that have steppe genetic ancestry, and they are buried according to steppe burial practices, which makes sense. We also have graves of individuals with Aegean farmer and Balkan hunter-gatherer ancestry that are buried according to various local practices in this region, which also makes sense. But we also had individuals with steppe ancestry that were buried in ways that did not acknowledge this steppe origin or the idea of a steppe origin in any way, and they were buried according to local practices. And we had individuals without any steppe ancestry that did have this individual with Aegean farmer and Balkan hunter-gatherer ancestry that are buried according to various local practices in this region, which also makes sense. But we also had individuals with steppe ancestry that were buried in ways that did not acknowledge this steppe origin or the idea of a steppe origin in any way, and they were buried according to local practices. And we had individual without any steppe ancestry that did have this individual with Aegean farmer and Balkan hunter-gatherer ancestry that are buried according to various local practices in this region, which also makes sense. But we also had individuals with steppe ancestry that were buried in ways that did not acknowledge this. As you can see, they are distributed mostly in Bulgaria and Hungary, while in other regions we only have a very small number of samples. And just to point out already that here you have an outlier burial mound somewhere in Albania. That is actually quite an interesting case study. And what is the aim? So the aim is to focus on the arrival of steppe-related genetic ancestry from the Pontic-Caspian steppe into the Balkans and the Carpathian Basin during the 4th and 3rd millennia BC, and what's the impact on the burial practices. And we want to explore aspects of individual and group identity, because as we know, the dead do not bury themselves. And the relationship between descent and identities by bringing together this information. We have to have two things in mind here. First, that we have genetic ancestry on the one side and the mortuary practices on the other, but in between we have a life of the person who has lived. And so first, we have to keep in mind that biological ancestry or biological relatedness, someone having parents with steppe origins, doesn't necessarily, I mean, of course we can think about it as kinship, but kinship is also contextually specific and a much more fluid concept, on the one hand. So having steppe parents or grandparents doesn't necessarily mean you have a steppe lifestyle, you have grown in a steppe and so on. Other things can happen, we never know. And second is that the identity of the deceased undergoes a transformation during the mortuary practices. And as we know, mortuary practices might or might not reflect the identity of the deceased during the lifetime. So we still have a big portion in between that we need to take into account. And now what are the challenges and the limitations of this study? They are not few, so let's see if in the end it's useful in any way. First is the sample number, and we have 59 samples that cover a millennium and a huge area. So the sample number is still quite small. Then they are unevenly distributed, as I said, focusing mostly on Bulgaria and Hungary, and actually many of them coming from flat graves and less from burial mounds. Sample selection is relatively random, and I think that this is a major aspect that should be discussed. And of course, we are always grateful for any sample that is published because it's extremely interesting for us archaeologists. But sometimes we are having not puzzle pieces, but half pieces, meaning that sometimes in double graves we only have one individual, or we only have this very, very, how to say, tiny, tiny window that we can look through because sampling so far has been done without research focus and so on. And of course, this is the state of research. This is where we are. As I said, any sample published is great information to add. But this is how it is for the moment. And there is also a certain vagueness in our study, because drawing conclusions about the underlying population history based on just individual ancestry components is not straightforward. So we can't really say how recent the potential admixture events might be, because different modes of admixture can lead to the same outcome distributions and so on. So it's rather vague in both in terms of time, generations in the past, but also of processes. So very limited in this respect. And then there is a challenge with the archaeological documentation, because in some cases the contexts are not published, they are hard to find, can't find a drawing, can't find a description, going through all to the dark corners of the internet, still you can't find anything. So then that sample doesn't really help you much as archaeologists to say anything. And then there is also the absence of radiocarbon dates that makes it sometimes challenging to have a more nuanced approach to the chronology. You have seen today with C14 dating, we are really able now to have a very nuanced chronology of what we call pre-Yamnaya, early Yamnaya, developed Yamnaya, late Yamnaya, and so on. And when you don't have C14 for the samples, this gets a bit complicated. So any study that also that publishes genetic data and adds radiocarbon dates for the sample is something absolutely amazing, and I am a big fan of. Just to see also another challenge, I have highlighted here this period. This is the classic table that we do with absolute and relative chronology of areas and cultures. So as we can see, we also have a very fragmented landscape. Different cultures in various regions and even various chronologies. While we are already in the early Bronze Age in Bulgaria, in Hungary, we still wait for many hundreds of years for what we define as Bronze Age to start, and so on. That's also another challenge of the data. However, let's start with this microscopic approach and just look at some individuals, some case studies, and then we can take it from there. So I have divided my period in two phases. And the first one is 3,300, 2,900. It has been mentioned earlier as well. I would date what we call pre-Yamnaya graves in this phase. And then starting from 3,100, we have Yamnaya graves as well. So they are like partially contemporary. So this is, I think, a good segment to give us an idea about our individuals. And here I have two flat graves from Bulgaria. One from Smiadovo, it's earlier in the first part of this interval, the second is later in the second part. And these are flat graves. I mean, we can talk with Stefan, but I think these are assigned, at least the Sabrano one, to the local early Bronze Age, also based on the pottery. Although we already see here these wonderful herrings that we have been discussing about, so there are objects that we can consider that they have steppe origins. But the burial ritual, I think it's assigned to the local Bronze Age, and as we can see from the admixture proportions, there is no steppe ancestry here, so some local graves with what we can say local Aegean farmer and Iron Gates hunter-gatherer ancestry. If we look at Baden graves, and there are a lot of Baden graves in our samples, we see kind of the same thing. So this is an iconic cemetery for the Baden culture, and again, a lack of steppe ancestry in these individuals. So maybe no big surprise here. But what happens in this time frame is that we also have the emergence of the first burial mounds, and we have these early ones that we have been discussing here, the late 4th millennium one that we can also call pre-Yamnaya, although we are not necessarily very happy with this term, but for me it's more like a chronological horizon. Definitely I don't use it with the term with the meaning of an archaeological culture. So we have the emergence of these burial mounds, which supposedly or which should show a strong steppe influence. So then let's look at individuals from this mound and let's see what we find out. And the first example comes from Hungary, and it's from Mezőcsát Horcogöshalom. And this is a kurgan built on top of a Baden cemetery. And we have 4 individuals here. And as has been mentioned already, we can see a variability of the burial ritual. Some individuals are on their back. One is actually in very intriguing sitting position, has Felden in the front. So we do have some step elements of the burial ritual here. There is a kurgan and some of the practices that we usually associate with the steppe area. However, as you see in these individuals, there's barely any steppe ancestry. So admixture proportion showing mostly Aegean farmer. Another example comes from Muntenia, from the Prahova area. And here you can see this individual, again, a combination of Iron Gates hunter-gatherer and Aegean farmer in a burial mound in Ploiești. It's an adult female in a crouched on the side position, oriented to the north. There is a bit of ochre there. We have a C14 that places it in the second part of this Preamnaia horizon. And of course, this grave doesn't say much, just that there is no step ancestry here. But this grave is not alone. So this grave is part of a very clearly defined horizon of burials, and it has been described here today as well. But it takes this Preamnaia horizon a very, very specific form in the Prahova area, I would say. So we have individuals that are crouched on the side. We have individual burials, but also a lot of multiple burials. And in these burials, the individuals can be either in anatomic connection or post-mortem muddy manipulation is attested in numerous cases, as Piotr said, digging the ancestors. And what is special about this area are the grave goods. So we have 3 flanged axes, 3 copper spectacle-shaped pendants, and we have Kotsofeni-related pottery, and so on. So very specific, let's say, print of these graves. Now, I'm not saying that all these individuals will present the same ancestry as the one in Ploiești. I'm saying that I'm looking forward to see the samples published from these graves. But the archaeologist who excavated the graves, Dr. Alin Frânculasa from the Prahova Museum, he has interpreted these individuals as part of a community with very strong ties with the Kotsofeni and Baden area, who creates a new burial ritual by adopting elements from the steppe. And I mean here this idea of a primary grave under a mound. Sometimes the use of ochre, the presence of these early hair rings. In this area we have gravel under the soil, and sometimes they use the gravel from the pit to make a stone ring, as we have seen for mounds of the 4th millennium in other regions as well, but maybe with stones. So archaeologically, this is a combination of some local Baden-Kotsofeni component with steppe influences, but at least from the individual in Ploiești, we don't see any steppe genetic ancestry. And then if we go in Bulgaria, again we have the Beli Briag, and this is grave 3 that I think Stefan and Piotr have included in their study, also about this local component of developing burial mounds. And as you can see, no steppe ancestry in the individuals from Beli Briag. But the interesting one is the one from Mednikarovo. Piotr and Stefan put him in this group of east-oriented early graves that they tie to the local environment. But as we can see, actually, this individual does have steppe ancestry. And it's east-oriented. The grave pit is oval and so on. So it doesn't follow this super, super strict definition of what we have named Yamna in this region. And then we do have graves with individuals that have steppe ancestry. And if we look at them archaeologically, yes, they do fit more with this narrow definition that has been presented several times here today. I wanted to say about this Vojlovica central grave that it is a grave of a woman, in case you wanted to see a primary grave of a female after the last lecture. So these are the samples that we have so far, and they do seem to follow the rules, the rules that we presume, or what we call Yamnaya typical burial ritual. Another interesting case study is the one from Merișleri of individuals 4 and 6, and I have to say that these were published in 2 different papers. So first it was the individual 6, we have the picture there, And then I had to wait for some years for the next individual to be published as well. And it was a very interesting surprise. So individual number 6 is this male, again, east-west oriented, put in a supine position, so taking some of these step elements in the burial ritual, but also having a local pot. And at least from the point of view of ancestry, we can see here that it's actually the Aegean farmer component that predominates. What is interesting is that above this individual, 25 centimeters above it, there was another grave. And at least according to the archaeologists, these two individuals have been buried in the same pit. So from this description, I understand that they consider it intentional act. And the other individual, unfortunately, I don't have a picture, is number 4. It's a subadult female. It's west-east oriented. It's described as hawker position on the left side, which, without seeing it, it's hard for me to define more. And red ochre on the skull and the feet, and no grave goods. So following a bit more what we call Yamnaya burial ritual, and as we see from the admixture proportion, it is 100% defined as this steppe Yamnaya ancestry. And I think that this is extremely important because Piotr and Stefan have also talked about these graves with 2 levels in which 2 individuals were placed. But here we have 2 individuals with 2 different burial rituals and definitely 2 different origins. And putting them together in the same pit, if it was an intentional act, I think it's a very significant act, and it's very interesting to notice. And then now we are in a later phase. This grave that I want to present is a flat grave from Târgșorul Vechi. We are again in Romania, in northern Muntenia. As you can see, it's dated contemporary to the latest phase of Yamnaya burials in this region, and it also shows a combination of Iron Gates, hunter-gatherer, and Aegean farmer ancestry. No steppe ancestry at all, so it is a flat grave, crouched on the side. The pot has been assigned to the local Glina Bronze Age culture. And what is actually extremely interesting is that this grave is literally surrounded. It's in a sea of kurgans. This area has been, as you know, very well researched. And we have this grave here, and all the red dots are excavated kurgans, and there are multiple other dots of unexcavated kurgans. So we are in an area where this individual doesn't show any admixture event at any point in the past, no steppe ancestry. But we are in an area that has been dominated by kurgans for 600 years and dominated by Yamnaya burial ritual for 400 years. And I have put there another contemporary grave from Aricești I, which is one of the latest Yamnaya graves, and you can see that they are contemporary, and here we talk about some dozens of kilometers, this whole area. Maybe there are less than 10 kilometers between the 2 graves. So putting it into context, it's extremely interesting because it gives us the opportunity to think about interactions with some sort of local environment that was invisible for some centuries, but now it's starting to appear in graves like this. And we haven't explored, actually, how the Yamnaya were interacting with local population. And of course, that we do not have samples from the Yamnaya graves in this region, so that I can tell you they are 100% steppe ancestry or something like that. But if we look at the burial ritual, you can see the amazing variability, which doesn't exist. They are literally all the same, and I haven't selected some that are alike. All the graves, this is the easiest region maybe to interpret. All the graves in that region look the same for the entire period of the Yamnaya culture. So west-east, supine, hands along the body, the rectangular pit, and so on. We don't have the complexity and the variability in other regions, but it's really, really homogeneous, I think I can say. And then another example for which I extended a bit my period, is the jar burials. And these are in tel settlements in Bulgaria. They are dated to the early Bronze Age 3 period, so after the Yamnaya. But this was an extremely interesting case study for me. So what are jar burials? Are burials of subadults or fetus that are buried in ceramic vessels. They are usually related to houses. They are either under house floors or between the houses, buried in pots, sometimes in crouched positions, but sometimes, of course, it's like very difficult to identify. And the complex study of these graves showed that there is a semi-articulation of the skeletal remains, so probably partial decomposition before the individuals being placed in the pots. Maybe practices of dismemberment are also present, and a sort of processing of the dead before the burial. And we have 11 individuals from this type of burial ritual. 5 are from Tel Krn, 5 from Ezero, and 1 from Nova Zagora. I couldn't find detailed information about each of these graves, unfortunately, because in the literature sometimes they are like taken all together and just some examples mentioned. So where you see the lines there, I simply couldn't find any information. But there is no reason to believe that these burials had any differences between them. From an archaeological standpoint, the burial ritual is the same for all these individuals. However, what is interesting is that if we look at the ancestry components, then they are rather different. And what we can observe is that in Tel Krn, there is virtually no step ancestry, while in Ezero and in Nova Zagora, we do have in significant proportion and in several individuals. So I would say that it's not a coincidence. So based on this, Jens observed, and he said that it could be that these individuals originate from different populations. And what I say is that maybe they originate from different patterns or processes of interaction. And I have talked to Stefan about these sites, and I think he's right. The fact that there is a mountain between Ezero and Krn might play a role in this. So Ezero and Nova Zagora being still in the plain, in a region where we have kurgans, while Krn is beyond the mountain. So definitely this has played a role. So about what Niels was saying earlier, when we talk what is regional, maybe this is something regional, a regional difference that we can notice, and we wouldn't have noticed it unless for this very extensive sampling. And what I want to say that it's in this case not acknowledged in any way in the burial practice. All the babies were probably selected according to the same criteria, and they were buried absolutely the same, regardless of this genetic component. And then the case study from Albania. This is extremely interesting. Several mounds were excavated there, but only 2 dated from the Bronze Age, Mound 1 and Mound 10. And this is the primary grave from Mound 1. And as you can see here, it looks familiar. So there is a rectangular pit. There is a construction with stone. That is true. The individual is in supine position. There is no ochre and no grave goods. But definitely from the point of view of burial practices, you could say that there is a step component here. And the other mound, Mound 10, contained 3 graves that were dated to the early Bronze Age. This is the primary grave of the mound. Again, we have a rectangular pit. We have a construction on the side with stones. And what is actually even more intriguing here is that the excavator said that they have identified this layer, a horizontal layer of white clay sealing the grave. So after the grave was done, they have sealed with just white, a layer of white clay the entire surface, who also probably was a border of the mound, because they have built the mound exactly in that region. And this is something actually that we notice in kurgans in the steppe as well, this plastering of the surface, I don't know how to call it. For the individual for which we have genetic analysis, we don't have any illustration, unfortunately. We have a date, and we see it's dating 2600, 2400, but this is a secondary grave, so a later one. Maybe the other ones, they could be earlier. And we see also a significant amount of steppe ancestry here. But in the case of this individual, because we can notice some very clear elements of steppe burial practices, the construction of the burial mound, the arrangement of the grave pit, even though it was kind of adapted to the local environment, we're using stones instead of wood, the arrangement of the clay for the position of the individuals. We can say here that there was a memory or an identity of this community, some memory of steppe burial practices, because they were very keen on doing all these construction works, although it's already transforming because it's a bit outside the steppe area. But in this case, the genetic ancestry and the burial practices do meet somewhere, and I think this is interesting. And then we also have some individuals with steppe ancestry in Croatia that are buried in local contexts, again, without any indication that they knew anything about their steppe origins. But again, unfortunately, for instance, for this individual here with the most amount of steppe ancestry, it's one of the individuals in this pit. I don't know which one. This is everything that we have. So we can't really say more about how they were buried. Okay. And now what if we want to zoom out? Because we have been looking at all these case studies, and they are extremely interesting and extremely fascinating. But what if we want to take a step back and try to identify some patterns? Then what do? And we have to label things again. So here you see the distribution of steppe ancestry among two different groups. So what we have called Balkan-Carpathian Basin burial practices, so the local ones, and Pontic-Caspian steppe. And here we have just lumped everything that is in a kurgan together. Here the orange is the median value, and the differences between the two groups are still statistically significant. But then if we add another layer, and we define as Pontic-Caspian steppe only the Yamnaya graves with this very narrow definition that you have heard all over again today, and that, at least for the western area, seems to apply. West-east orientation, wooden structure, mat, ochre, supine position, hands along the body, and so on. And if we put all these graves that we have defined as pre-Yamnaya, for instance, in a category that we call mixed, because I have no other word for it, if you have a better one. Okay, so thinking about these burials where we do have some steppe influences, they are in kurgans and so on, but we suspect a local component, and there is much more variability, then what we see actually is that there is no difference between what we call local graves and these graves here, which are, for instance, now in our sample are mostly what we call pre-Yamnaya. So pre-Yamnaya graves in Kurgan from this early period, actually in terms of ancestry, they look very much like the local individuals, while if we define Pontic-Caspian steppe burial practices in a very narrow way as Yamnaya, we see the huge difference. We have two outliers here, and one of them is the one from Albania, which I put into this mixed category because it's still a transforming burial practice, and the other one is the east-oriented grave that we were talking about. So I don't know if this is a good way of looking at things. I don't even know if it matters, I have to tell you, very honestly. But just as a very short, I think I'm beyond time, conclusion, So sampling should be done from very clearly documented archaeological contexts, and maybe in the future it could be strategic, as in it could answer specific research questions, such as, are individuals buried in kurgans biologically related or not? Are kurgans places where people and community with different origins just come and build layers there? And then, of course, we have interdisciplinary approaches to provide details about the life of individual. So, although at a broad scale it seems that burial practices are very homogeneous, if we zoom in, then there is actually a lot of variability and a certain fuzziness. And we should be interested in researching this fuzziness as well, because it tells us about transformation of burial practices, about regional changes, innovation, interactions, and so on. And then how do we switch from these particular regional case studies to supra-regional patterns? So how do we formalize this? We still need to put some labels on our samples, although maybe not archaeological culture, but other sort of label. And then, yeah, we could define elements of burial practices and see how they combine in different packages, which we have done today. The form of the pit, the orientation, the presence or absence of ochre, and so on. But there will still be a variability, and how to incorporate that without creating an infinite numbers of categories to try to analyze our graves. And I will end with a quote from my very good friend Piotr Vlodarsak, who told me the other day, I have started doubting everything. So this is my presentation. Thank you very much.
This engaged lecture, and we go directly to the next keynote from Janos Dani. We have time to discuss this later.
Sure.
Moving westwards, the westernmost Yamnaya in the Carpathian Basin.
Megosztott képernyő, és azért nem volt.
So, thank you so much for the possibility. Research on prehistoric kurgans has a history of more than 150 years in the Carpathian Basin. Therefore, in the first part of my presentation, I will briefly commemorate the first researchers, these pioneers, of this special field. Above all, we must remember Floris Romer, the father of Hungarian archaeology, who was the first to draw attention to the study of mounds and who is credited with the first mound microtopography. After the initial pioneering attempts of the first exploration by noblemen in the last decades of the 19th century, for example, Menyhért Okolicsányi at Nyírkadász-Garahalom, Baron József Vécsei at Geszteréd Mound, Count Jenő Pongrácz at the Potyhalom and Basahalom Mounds at Tiszafüred. A little bit later, the excavations of Tiszaigal, Kettős Halom and Dévaványa Templomdomb were carried out by Endre Taritsky, a priest, and Dr. Pál Frenyó, a district doctor, self-taught intellectuals interested in archaeology. The first professional kurgan diggers, excavators, were polyhistors. Dr. András Jósa from Nyíregyháza in the Upper Tisza region, Bódog Mileke from Versec in Vojvodina, Gyula Kisléginagy in the Bánát region, Lajos Zoltai from Debrecen in Bihor and Hortobágy. At the same time, in Transylvania, thanks to the activities of Samu Fenichel and Endre Solymosi, mounds were explored in the outskirts of the villages of Kárpányi de Sus, Izvoarele, and at Okland. This is the Hunkamare tumulus excavated by no. This is the Ulma. Yes. This is the Ulma tumulus excavated by Milekel Bodog and documented a very special tumulus burial here on the land of Arzén Ittebeaz, not far from Versec, on the northern outskirts of this village. He found a west-east-oriented burial of a young 10-13-year-old girl in the center of the tumulus. The deceased was laid to rest in crouched position on her left side, with the left arm under the face in a wooden, probably oak coffin. A gold spiral lock ring in 4 coils lay under the mandible, while a pair of tiny gold earrings lay in the region of the temples. At the same time, Milekel noted an important observation that the coffin was studded with small bronze or copper nails, and that it had been painted red, probably with ochre. And here is the Hunkamare tumulus at Bukova Puszta, excavated by Gyula Kislégi Nagy, and he found a skeleton with typical west-east orientation painted by red ochre in the middle of the 4.5 meter high kurgan in the outskirts of Óbesenyő in the autumn of 1907. The huge size mound at Feketehalom, in English Black Mound, is situated on the border of Ibrahim and Búj. In the center of this giant kurgan, 13 meters deep from the top, Dr. Józsa reached the wooden remains of the center grave. In this timber construction, he found a west-east-oriented crouched burial of a man of small stature, laying on his side without any grave good. At the same time, above this grave, he excavated another but disturbed burial, also with remains of wooden chamber at 6 meters deep. This burial was a secondary one and contained a pair of leucus-type silver herrings. And here is the Balázs Halom in the neighborhood of Sári-Tudvari, the well-known Sári-Tudvari. Almost all the material from the Balázs Halom, Balázs Mound in Sári-Tudvari was removed in 1910 to fill the muddy streets of the village. Interesting story. Lajos Zoltai from the Debrecen Museum came to the village to carry out rescue excavation of the heavily damaged tumulus. The unearthing of the mound revealed a slightly contracted red-painted skeleton, actually a 15-20-year-old woman in supine position, covered in a fur under a colored striped carpet documented on a contemporary slide. After the first heroic era of research, in the 1950s, rescue excavations took place mainly due to the road construction works and investments of socialistic agriculture in Hungary. This is well exemplified, for example, also the excavation of Balmazújváros kárhozott halom, excavated by József Csalog, the Elep Mikelapos kurgan in the vicinity of Nagyhegyes, Karcag-Bugyogói halom, excavated by Zsolt Csalog, Hortobágy faluvéghajma, excavated by Gyula Gazdapusztai, and Balmazújváros Hortobágy kettős halom, excavated by also Gyula Gazdapusztai, or later the case of Püspökladány in Kincsesdom, excavated by Ibolya Nepper. From 1962 until his unexpected death in 1969, Gyula Gazdapustai was the first to carry out systematic research on the outskirts of Kétegyháza and in the Hortobágy region in prehistoric kurgans and their Eastern European connections. Nando Kalitz was the first who tried to summarize the research in his monograph, Die Verbrennung der Zeit in Nordostungal, published in 1969. Yes. However, the most important summary work that has been valid ever since is due to István Ecsedi, in which he reports not only on the first pioneer researches, but also on Gyula Gazdapustai's and his own kurgan excavations, and of course the well-known Csongrád Copper Age ochre grave burial. After that, for a long time, between 1980 and 2013, it was a quite long period in the history of research. To be honest, no one really wanted to dig a kurgan. Kurgan excavations were mainly carried out when there was a need to rescue excavation or when Yamnaya burials were accidentally and unexpectedly discovered during the excavation of cemeteries of other later period, mainly from the age of Hungarian conquest, on very demolished and disturbed mounds. These were the case with Sárétudvari őrhalom, with Kizombor cemetery, with Szárazédi Ugar, with Dusnok Garab halom, or in the latest case of Hajdú-Böszörmény Szőkezuk site 2 years ago. The most recent systematic research started in the year of 2013 with my friend Volker Hyde and Gabi and with Jaroslav Peska in the neighborhood of Hajdúnál Zagolya, the precursor to the currently closing Impact ERC project inspired by Volker Hyde. A key criterion in the selection of the site was that it could either be completely demolished, eroded, practically without superstructure or mound, or a heavily destroyed mound. The main reason for this is that in Hungary, the mounds, both in terms of nature conservation and heritage protection, are generally ex lege protected. And but how about the Western movement and distribution of the Yamnaya phenomenon? But how do we actually imagine the Yamnaya migration? It is an attempt, a very good idea coming from the Vinkovci City Museum, from the archaeological exhibition, a kind of alternative model, you can see. But back to the scientific part, the main corridor of the Yamnaya migration is provided by the Eurasian steppe belt, the westernmost part of which is the Great Hungarian Plain. Although it was a widespread view that the immigrant Yamnaya herders were exclusively males, without exceptions, it was the earlier view. The researchers of Zsuzsanna Zoffman, Antónia Marcsik, and more recently Martin Trautmann and Tamás Hajdú has shown that there are a fair number of women and children among the Yamnaya and Yamnaya-related individuals. As exemplified by the burial of a young Yamnaya girl found by a geophysically surveyed and excavated by our team in 2014 in the outskirts of Boyd. It was a quite familiar excavation. And recently unearthed child grave as a primary grave of a kurgan excavated last year in the outskirts of Nyíregyháza. The western migration of the Yamnaya communities, like the westward movement of all ethnic groups from the east to the Carpathian Basin in later historical periods, was basically induced by two important factors: population growth during the late Neolithic and certain climatic change. Of course, there could also be other economic reasons behind the migration, as Svitlana Ivanova has already suggested. The Yamnaya groups were greeted by a much more diverse mosaic-like environment than the Eastern European steppe here in the Carpathian Basin. Since the mounds are, excuse me, since the mounds are perfect time capsules, the sedimentological and pedological studies of several mounds, for example, Ecce Mound, Tedej, Lyukas Mound, Hortobágy Csípő Mound, or the Oltóhalom kurgan, provide us with very valuable information regarding the paleo-environment and soil conditions existing during their constructions. Both palynological, phytolithic analysis of kurgans, drilling, cores, and malacological studies, and the so-called arbicular humidity curve suggest that the Pannonian plain may have been drier, arider climatic conditions than it was during the Copper Age. Towards the end of the Copper Age, at the end of the Middle Holocene, a cooling process, the so-called Bond Event 4, started, which had a significant impact on the paleo environment of the Carpathian Basin. I think tomorrow Enikő Magyari will report in detail on the changes in the climate and paleo environment and on the triggers and background factors of Yamnaya migration. Although the boundaries of some settlements or microregions have been mapped by several people, the first comprehensive mapping of the kurgans in the Great Hungarian Plain was the work of István Ecsedi and Dénes Virág. Based on this, the Tisza line was basically the westernmost distribution border of Yamnaya in the Carpathian Basin for a long time. Most recently, I have to call the attention the very systematic mapping and identification works of Ádám Bede in eastern Hungary. On the basis of research in Transylvania, Slovakia, and Hungary, it is now clear that they must have occupied the entire Great Hungarian Plain. Let's see the details. The kurgan burial at Neusiedl am See, Kalvarienberg, and some sites in southwestern Slovakia suggest that some of them cross the Danube, and that in the future we can expect to find more late Yamnaya sites in the northwestern region of Transdanubia. Although I know there are doubts, in my opinion, based on the Romanian research of the last 30-40 years, the presence of Yamnaya shepherds in Transylvania is becoming more and more obvious. They could reach Transylvania around 2900 core BC and contacted with the local late Kotofan free population. Here I have to mention the kurgans of Kömpia Túzi, Röszkrucsi, Csipó, Tureni, Egris, Szilvasú de Zsosz, and Höpria. For Transylvania, the primary routes may have been the valleys of the rivers Mureș, Aranyos, and Temes. The case of East Slovakian region. In the first half of the 20th century, thanks to the excavations of Wojciech Budzinski-Kiczka and his first summary from 1967, the so-called Východoslovenské mohyly, in English, East Slovakian mound culture, was introduced into archaeological research and identified as a part of the late Neolithic cultural complex. However, this archaeological unit proved to be rather heterogeneous. It includes smaller and larger tumuli containing skeletal or cremation burials with or without grave goods. Thanks to Polish Slovakian research over the last 20 years has revealed that the mounds in the Ondova and Labort and Topoy uplands are associated with the local corded ware groups originating from Little Poland. And already in the 1960s, Budzinski-Kiczka published, as we can see, several burials, Lesny, Drianov, that show typical Yamnaya burial traditions, graves with west-east orientation under larger diameter tumuli, superimposition, usually no grave goods. And more recently, research by Pavel Jarosz and Eva Horvátova in the Labort River Valley, Zbudza, Mihalovce district in the East Slovakian lowland clearly indicates that Yamnaya herders migrating, also occupying the river valleys north of the Tisa. And what is the situation in the Danube-Tisa interfluve region in Hungary and the Kiskunság region? At the Dusno-Garab Halom site along the Danube some years ago, Andrea Lantos and Réka Andrássy from the Kalocsa and Baja museums excavated a multi-period kurgan. It was originally excavation of a early Magyar cemetery. A rectangular substructure of a timber frame grave chamber measuring 4 by 4 meters came to life in the center of the barrow. Although the center gate was totally destroyed, and robbed out, perhaps by Sarmatians, it preserved some extremely interesting finds. 4 golden hemispherical discs and fragments of a vessel, a characteristic amphora type, whose best parallels are well known from the graves of 4 and 7 of Sári-Tudvér Halom. The surviving 5 suggest that this was the burial place of a prominent man, a gracile adult between 25 and 35 age, which was dated to 2880 6 and 2676 with 2 sigma probability. And this dating representing the same period as the richest graves coming from the Örhalom kurgan. There are several interesting mounds along the Danube, such as the Oltó mound on the outskirts of Dunatetétlen, which we will visit, hopefully, during our Friday excursion. At least this is the plan. Or the Tétel mound on the highest part of the Tétel hill. It is a geological witness hill near Salt along the Danube. Although they haven't yet been excavated, their prehistoric date is assumed, especially as the drilling of the Oltó mound produced a drought-tolerant molluscofauna of steppe. In his 1979 monograph, Ecsedi István had already stated that the first communities of Yamnaya certainly encountered the local late Copper Age Barden population. This was an extraordinary observation at that time because it was the era of the diachron chronologies without radiocarbon dates. but how can we describe the nature of the relationship between the late Copper Age locals and the Yamnaya newcomers? We know of several sites where a kurgan was clearly and intentionally built on top of a Baden settlement or cemetery. For example, Hortobágy, Ohad, Dunahalom, Tiszavasvári, Gyepáros halom, Hajdunánál Zagolya, Mezőcsát, Hörcsögös halom, Perlez, Batka, Pasicsahumka, Padej-Barnahát, and Jabukatri-Humke from Vojvodina. And according to the written account of András Józsa, the situation may have been similar in the case of Tisza-Szlápogy-halom kurgan. In these cases, we can think of a kind of conscious transformation of the landscape. This is a kind of new legitimation starting from 3,100 between 3,100 and 3,000 core BC onwards. Nomadic communities were raising their kurgan in increasing numbers following the banks of water courses, which process can be called kurganization. The contact between the two cultures with different roots, traditions, and above all ways of life is always of a sensitive nature. Actually raised the issue of the symbiosis and the peaceful coexistence of the communities with different subsistence strategies, exploiting different ecological zones, different niches. However, the local late Copper Age people who had a settled agrarian way of life, the situation could easily become critical. One need only think of the newcomer nomads' itinerant lifestyles. Presumably, it cannot be a coincidence that the numerous human sacrifice pits exemplified here with the Hajdúböszöm and Szőkezug situations turned up, they may indicate some kind of crisis. I mean, from environmental, ideological, or social point of view. This can be seen in the grave complexes that have recently been discovered on the outskirts of Hajdúböszörmény. A robust man with ochre-painted forehead from a secondary burial found under a flat, eroded kurgan at Szőkezug has a skull trauma. I have to find it. Yes. So this robust man with ochre-painted forehead from a secondary burial under a flat, eroded kurgan from Hajdúböszöm and Szőkezug site has a skull trauma that suggests intra- or intergroup violence. A similar interpretation can be made for the individual excavated a few hundred meters far from it in the last year by the impact team. It was the last field campaign of the project. We can see that this grave contained two pieces of chipped flint arrowhead, which may have caused his death. One is situated in the right chest, and one in the left back. We know, however, of kurgans in Vojvodina, Mokrin Aradjanska Humka, and the recently excavated Novo Selo near Bialjina, under which cremation burials have been found, witnessing the influence of the steppe. The primary grave was Spruski Krustur, Slatinska Humka. Kurgan was also a cremation burial deposited in an amphora with cord impression. There is evidence also from Vojvodina, from Skoranovac, Grmushina Humka, that certain skeletal Baden burials were covered with a mound. At the same time, the central barrier of Szőkezug also shows the local communities may have started to build mounds for some of their members as early as the end of the 4th millennium BC. These examples obviously indicate the adoption of East European steppe influences by the locals. It could be a kind of acculturational process. In my opinion, with the arrival of the Yamnaya immigrants, we have to reckon with the spread of infectious diseases and outbreaks of epidemics. In one of earlier presentation was mentioned the Yersinia pestis and the Salmonella, which could have significantly redrawn the gene pool of the population of the Carpathian Basin in the first half of the 3rd millennium BC. I don't want to talk about genetics now because Anna Széchenyi will report on the genetic processes that took place in the Carpathian Basin at the end of the 4th millennium and the beginning of the 3rd millennium. And we'll talk about the admixture and mixing of the local late Copper Age population with the Yamnaya in her presentation tomorrow. Let's talk about a little bit chronology, phases, and burial customs. If collecting the exact secure radiocarbon dates of Baden, it seems that apart from few uncertain questionable outliers, there are no sites after 2800 core BC, either in the eastern part of Hungary or in the Transdanubian region, in fact. Horia Chugadian came to the same conclusion regarding the end of the Catophony culture on the territory of Transylvania. More than 60 radiocarbon results have been collected from the excavated prehistoric kurgans and East European related burials of the Carpathian Basin. Statistically, this is not a large, significant number, I know very well, especially in view of the tens of thousands of prehistoric tumuli. But it does allow certain trends and conclusions to be drawn. On the basis of the solitary Copper Age burial excavated near the Bárdos farmstead in Csongrád Kettőshalom, this is the well-known first grave, and the graves of the cemetery excavated by István Kovács in the vicinity of Decea Muresuli in Transylvania, István Ecsedi concluded in the 70s that the first immigrants of Eastern European origin appeared in the Carpathian Basin in the local early Copper Age. According to our present knowledge, they appeared sporadically, represented by only a few individuals. The aDNA tests have since revealed that the Csongrád guy is genetically related to the Hvalins culture of the Middle Volga region. This is the so-called Septeltréger period, the Strednyi Stok, Skelia, and Suvarovo Novodanilovka cultures in the Pontic region under the name of Blagoja Govedarica. The two burials of practically the same age excavated last summer under the Kengyel Bagimayor kurgan confirm that the burial in coffin carved out locks observed earlier in the case of Tiszavasvári Deákhalom indeed widespread in the pre-Yamnaya period. At the same time, it also points out that during this period between 3,300 core BC, before the emergence of the canonized Yamnaya rite, we can expect a variety of burial forms. The first early Yamnaya groups arrive in the Carpathian Basin between 3,100 3,000 core BC. This is also well represented by this earlier mentioned and showed secondary burial of the eroded kurgan excavated 2 years ago in the neighborhood of Szőkezug in Hajdúböszörmény. The skull of this particular adult man buried was so well preserved, and such traces could be identified. Trauma on his frontal bone, severe inflammation on the left processus mastoideus that we subjected it to high-tech CT and CBCT diagnostics. After that, thanks to Emese Gábor and following the advices of Martin Trautmann, the first facial reconstruction of a Yamnaya man from the Carpathian Basin was completed. He is the first westernmost Yamnaya face ever made. The radiocarbon dates so far indicate that the largest number of Yamnaya immigrants may have arrived between 2,900 and 2,700 core BC, but later groups may be expected to arrive after that up to 2,550 core BC. At the same time, after 2,800 core BC, the late Baden and Kosopheni sites disappear and sporadic, and a specific transitional period begins in the Carpathian Basin and in Transylvania, with cultural phenomena such as the late Vucedol in southwestern part of the basin, the Livezile in Mestel, Transylvania, the Zabola and the Stackenberg and Zsigadin cultures, and some globular amphorae burials originating from southeastern Transylvania. Beyond conclusions, I tried to, or instead of conclusions, I tried to focus on future research focuses. Systematic research is yielding impressive results, so in the future it will be necessary to explore new kurgans in topographically well-selected places, currently still considered terra incognita. Complex bioarchaeological research needed from human remains. It's extremely important. AMS dating, archaeogenetics, stable isotopic studies, and a new direct tool, the dental calculus analysis, in order to learn much more about the way of life, the subsistence strategy of these prehistoric nomads. Further detailed investigation of interactions with the local late Copper Age population is needed, human and pathogen aDNA studies. And greater emphasis should be placed on the pedological, palynological, phytolate, and malacological potential of the kurgans in order to reconstruct the paleo-environment. And last but not least, ethnoarchaeological analysis, comparisons with traditional pastoral communities known from historical and ethnographic sources would be very important. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you for your talk with so many informations. May I ask you about the grave of Neusiedl? You mentioned it as a Yamnaya grave. Is there any new data available?
Yes,
because
data, but
as far as I remember, it was you have this local pottery, which is early Bronze Age, and
the pottery belongs to a later secondary burial. The primary burial has only one grave with a spiral.
The two golden rings.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Here. You can see the stratigraphical situation on the left side of the slide.
Okay. Good. But it is not, there is no DNA analysis because the skeleton
not
is
yet. But hopefully in the future.
Okay, we'll see. More questions, please. Yeah.
David Reich. I just wanted to comment on the Songrad individual, who's sort of an amazing sample, and what you mentioned related to the Chvalinsk culture. There's a number of individuals that are contemporary, that are in the 5th millennium, and it also includes the Gurguleshti samples from Moldova around the same time, and that are impacted by the same migration or the same movement of people or the same gene flow process. And that same gene flow process impacts tripillions and also impacts Usatovo. And it's not from the same, it's not Sredny Stog related, it leapfrogs them. So that has a very distinctive Dnieper hunter-gatherer mixture process, and it's bypassed by these Volga Caucasus people that move across. So it's an extremely interesting process.
Yeah. Thank you, David.
More? Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Eniku Magyari. I hardly dare to ask, but putting together Bianca's talk and your talks, and all the other talks before, I'm a little bit or very much puzzled. I'm sorry to say that. What is Yamnaya, first of all? But to have a direct question, you showed how many burial mounds we have in Eastern Hungary.
In Eastern Hungary?
Yeah. How many? What do you think? How many of these are so-called the pre-Yamnaya, where we have probably not steppe ancestry in the mounds, and how many of them represent true Yamnaya? So from about 2,900, 2,800.
It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Perhaps Adam Beda is here, and he knows the best the proportion, but I don't know the exact answer for your question. So at the moment, impossible to answer. So.
So, David Anthony, and to carry on with the same question, get a little more information from you. These local people who adopt a steppe burial custom in 100 or 200 years before the real Yamnaya migration, are they, the grave goods that are in those graves, are those distinctive local grave goods, so that by the artifacts can they be distinguished, not just from the burial custom, but by the artifacts can they be distinguished from the Yamnaya?
Very good question. I can say that these cases from the from Vojvodina, for example, or two tumular graves from Srem in eastern Croatia, Batanica and Vojka. These graves contained late Vuchador and cremated burials, moreover. So I can imagine that they somehow, I mean, the local population incorporated certain new aspects of this steppic idea, steppic package. So this could be the solution. And from from various ratio. I mean, in some cases, Bianca showed very good examples from Prahova district that almost every part of this Yamna package is existing, but turned out that genetically these people were locals, more or less locals, or perhaps we will know it tomorrow from the presentation of Anna that in certain cases, for example, in the case of Medvechat, turned out that there are admixtures. The local population and the newcomers. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if your question is related to the entire area or just Hungary, because I can bring some information about northern Muntenia, where in these pre-Yamnaya graves we have the silver herrings, which we can consider they have a step connections. But for the rest of the grave goods, and they are very rich grave goods, we do see connections with Baden and Kosofen. We have the pottery, and sometimes the decoration, the shapes are very, very clear. We also see this combination of ornaments made of copper pearls and shell pearls that you see, for instance, in Baden very clearly. And then we have these very strange presences, which are the flanged axes, and they are actually the only ones in grave contexts in Prahova County. Usually they are in Transylvania, and there have been debates about their dating, if they can be dated to Kosofen or later, but they are usually isolated, so they are not in graves, so can't tell you more. And then there are the spectacle-shaped pendants that are, again, 3 concentrated in Muntenia, and that you find also in Transylvania, but weirdly enough, later in the Livesile group. So, but you do find spectacle-shaped pendants on Kosofen pottery as ornaments. They have not been found in copper in Kosofen contexts, though. So only in this.
But these are dated to the very end of the 4th millennium BC.
Yes, yes. But the Preamnea grave also, we have an early phase starting from 3,300, but we also, they reach 2,900. So, yeah, they reach several centuries. So at least in that area, you can see this very strong Baden-Kosofen influence, if you want.
Yeah. And we saw in the morning that these silver rings are not necessarily step-related. Yeah.
I just question to myself. We are now. Yeah, I'm reflecting about this. So I would like. Yes, the question is more important than answers. We are talking not about populations, referring to Bianca, but just on individuals. So individuals have their own story. Yeah, and yeah, we are exactly. Used to have at least three lives. One public, one personal, and one unknown. Did they... yes, I have the fourth life. I have the fourth life. You have also an unknown life. But did they know that they were different? Did they know that they were different? The two buried in the same burial, did they know that they were different? There is the case also for the Belbeker burial in northern Italy. They share the same burial place, but did they share the genome? And so this is very important. What do they think of themselves and of the other? Second one is which was their identity? There was not a genetic identity, but a cultural identity. Didn't know anything about their genetic life. So we have to divide in the research cultural and genetic, but at the end they have to fit, even if we don't see a fitting between the two, because they have no difference for them, the genetic and culture. And I think, moreover, then that the burial habits, the burial ritual is not made organized by the dead, but the mourners. So they see in that individual another different. Did they want to build a new existence, for example? I don't know. This is a question for me, but also for all of you, of course. No.
It's a very good idea. I think personally that these individuals buried under a big kurgan, in some cases could be multiple stage identity. First, a kind of genetic, a kinship, a kind of linguistic, a kind of socio-cultural, and from the point of view of material culture. So I personally imagine that this thing, your opinion, could be very valuable in the research and the ongoing further researches in the future. So we have to think it through again and again. So
yeah. Volker Heid, I have a question and a comment and a question related to what you said about the end of Baden, about 2800 BC, and of Kotzebue approximately the same. And also what you described as what seems to be an intentional construction of kurgans upon previous or roughly contemporary sites of Baden culture. And that seems to be a pattern here in the Carpathian Basin.
Yeah, it's true.
But if you look down the Danube, for example, in Bulgaria, we have cases where Ezero continues throughout the existence of what we call Yamnaya, what we define as early Yamnaya, late Yamnaya. And we have even the cases that tell settlements are located just 2 kilometers away from contemporary kurgans. And we see occasionally also the vessel being taken into the kurgan that seem to have been produced as an original Ezero vessel, for example. Yeah. And I don't know what the situation in Romania is, but it seems to be very similar, that there's also a continuation of a local aspect, as Bianca has shown. So it means that basically the picture in the Carpathian Basin is already very different from the one just 500 kilometers down the Danube. Yeah. So how much of a checker piece, how much of a mosaic do we actually see here, and what is the regional variety here? So this is the western end of the wide Yamnaya, and as deeper we dive into the details, as more we don't understand the process anymore. I mean, if we look really in the big scale of 5,000 kilometers, then we see pattern that makes sense from both sides. But if we dive into the realities of a regional exchange, then the whole picture gets blurred completely.
Yeah.
It easier to use identity or term, which is defined, especially in nowadays. Yeah.
I try to describe the known facts, but the interpretation, it's not an easy attempt, I think. So it could be something happened around 2800 core BC. It's a kind of break, and that is why I use the phrase transitional period, which was introduced by the Romanian research, by the way. And I think it is a very good phrase for this special period of time. So, burden down and building up a new world. The dawn of the early Bronze Age in the Carpathian Basin. So, but how I don't see the details yet. So.
This is David Reich again. It's maybe a question for János and Bianca and maybe Anna. That if I heard Bianca right, there was, if you define strictly Yamnaya burial custom in a very strict way, there's possibly a one-to-one correspondence of ancestry. And maybe, I don't know if that validates in additional samples, but that was extremely interesting. So if you believe that, you know, if you could hypothesize that that full complement of burial customs might correspond to some kind of cultural self-identification, that could be an interesting correlation or lack or not. The Carpathian Basin Yamnaya are the ones that are most distinctive amongst the Yamnaya cultural burials, in that they fall in a kind of bimodal almost into people with almost no steppe ancestry and people with lots of it. So even more, there's fewer intermediate individuals than, for example, in other places where there's mixture with European farmers. And I don't know if there's any correlations at all. This is really a question for Anna to that pattern.
So yeah, if I could answer, my observation was just based on 6 samples, which is what we have for the moment. But this is what I have noticed, that if we keep this definition that we keep repeating today, yes, in the samples that we had, there is a correlation with high amounts of steppe ancestry and this very clear burial practices, which also I think are related to the material culture that the Yamna had. The mats, the organic mats, the wooden construction, and so on. And these are elements that are missing from these burials that we see adopt at least parts of steppe practices, but not all. Maybe the ones that are easier to adopt, like the position of an individual or an orientation, but not really the whole package. So I don't dare say that is 100% correlation for the moment, with so small number of samples. But at least this is what I noticed. Yeah, thank you for the question.
Yeah. More questions? Tani, do you want to? Everybody is tired. Then we. I'm disappointed. Disappointed. Okay. And so then we close this session for today, and tomorrow morning we will start with session 3, and the keynote speaker will be Professor Gogoltan from Kolozsvár. Yeah.
We will start at 9 we will start tomorrow at 9 o'clock. But the registration will start 8:30. And session 3, we go to Carpathian Basin, and we start with Florin Gogoltan, and then we move westward. Okay, thank you very much. And today we are free. Next day we will have a conference dinner, but you are free now. Okay, thank you very much.